Five? Yes, it is. How's it going, everyone? And welcome to another episode of No Excuses with your favorite show hosts, Still.
Fenarian?
And Willisell, and we're here today, this week, with all three of us for the first time in a little bit, for hopefully the entire show, unless, like, the sky starts falling in Australia or something, which I guess could happen,
We
because
are having a
everything
cold
else
snap at the
tries to
moment.
kill you.
Yeah.
Cold snap? So it's what,
Ye
28 degrees?
no, it's actually 23.
That's a cold snap, huh?
It is for me.
23 Celsius to 73.4. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
It is
Nice.
13 here, right now, on a bright sunny day.
that is lower
Yeah.
than that is definitely lower than 70. That is coat weather.
That is coat weather. If I was out working in the sun today, it would actually be quite pleasant.
I was out working in the sun and spraying some weeds this morning. And it was quite warm, I
Weeds!
thought, but apparently it's only 13 degrees, so
Yeah. Mind you, we've got, when we hit days that are floating around 30 degrees, we still see a lot of people walking around in jackets and things here. So, yeah.
You just get you just get used to
Yeah.
it. Oh, it's
For the people who live in the States, go to Arizona. You've then basically been where I live.
yeah. It's always hilarious if you live in a hot area of the world. Like all the Northerners will make fun of you how you can't handle snow and blah blah blah, blah. And then they come down here and they're like in bikinis and dying in the thinnest tank tops
Yeah.
and basketball shorts of all time.
Those same people, it's like, you came here and you're mocking us for being bundled up when we find it cold. Yet here you are in the hospital with heat stroke.
Like you can't breathe.
You can't breathe. You are literally dying because it is too hot for you.
like the firepower here is so great that you are on the verge of death.
And it
I
is,
just
in fact, just a quiet, pleasant day.
when I
Mhm.
was staying in inland New South Wales, it was about 43 degrees, and I just found a stream and I sat in it for the afternoon.
When you hit about the 43-degree mark, then yes, that's perfectly acceptable. Take beer.
43C2F. Oh yeah, that's pretty warm. I'd definitely have taken the jacket off. I might even wear like a short sleeve shirt.
The good thing about being underwater is the flies can't try and crawl into your mouth, which is my least favorite thing about Australia.
The bad thing, though, is the mosquito larvae will tickle your legs.
That's the least of my worries in Australia.
There's an image.
I don't know what it is with Australian flies. They'll crawl up your nose and into your mouth, and I think they're
They
just trying
are
to get at any source of moisture or something.
they are unnecessarily friendly.
Yeah,
And we're actually
Anyway.
coming into flying spider season. So sometime in the next probably couple of weeks, we're going to wake up one morning and it's going to look like it snowed, but it's all cobwebs.
need to hire the
It's
huntsmans.
the eight-legged paratrooper squadrons.
Yes, it's silk and it's everywhere.
Need to hire
Anyway.
your big huntsman spiders to catch them all.
Yes.
We are here to bring you today's news and games commentary for the week, and if you'd like to get involved with the show, you can do so by sending us email at noexcusesvtw@gmail.com. You can follow us on Twitter at noexcusesvtw, or you can join us in the Discord server, which you can get to by clicking on the link provided in the show description underneath the archive version of the show on YouTube.
Yes, indeed.
Ern, what you been doing while you've been poofed? We've barely been able to make contact.
That's because as usual, I fell into the usual work hole. I'm not crawling out of it anytime soon. I'm actually about to start onto a hell march in a week, so we'll see what happens after that.
Again.
Yeah, my folks are going off to Vietnam again because
Because they're boomers, and going on
also,
holidays is what boomers do.
well, yes, but also my mum needs dental implants, and even including the cost of travel and accommodation, it still costs half the price to go to Vietnam, have a holiday, and get the implants.
Yeah,
that
it's
does do it
like
in
that.
Australia.
You are sort of taking your life into your hands to a certain extent, but because they want health tourism, they generally try and take care of foreigners. So you're usually
They
going to be okay.
they go all out to accommodate these dentists. They've got the full package already lined up and set. All you need to do is basically sign your name on the line, and then there's your accommodation, your travel to and from, everything already organized.
Yeah, I mean, health tourism is just a real big business for those
Oh yeah,
countries. Like that's what the really ritzy uh medical professionals go into. It's like that even in the first world though. Like there is a particular, I can't remember the name of it. There's a particular street in London where it's just all dentists, the best dentists in the Commonwealth. They have a shop there, and like the sheikhs and stuff from the Middle East will go to get their teeth done there and that sort of thing.
right,
I had
okay.
a friend whose father worked on that street for a while, and one time he treated some Saudi prince, and his dad was a motorcycle enthusiast, and the Saudi prince, and he asked the prince, "Oh, is that your motorcycle? What is it, Harley Davidson?" The prince was like, "Yeah, yeah, you can have it if you want."
Yeah, Saudi princes do be like that.
Yeah.
Right? It's when you have so much money that it doesn't matter anymore. Money becomes irrelevant.
Yeah. You handed me Saudi Prince level money. I don't know what I would do with it.
Honestly, I don't think anyone would know what to do with it.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what I would do. So
You do the obvious, of course. You go out, you get yourself a nice car and a proper house and this, that, and the other. But
well, that doesn't cost very much. What I would be doing is I would
yeah,
be trying to buy back a lot of like heritage churches and buildings like that and get them restored.
yeah, you could do that, or you could buy out a certain laboratory laboratory company and disband them, just for the pure satisfaction of doing so.
Oh, there's probably laws against that, and I don't really want to get
Um,
involved with the EU.
That's true.
You can buy
Catharsis is great and all, but right up until the lawsuits start.
you buy it out, you fire all of your bosses, and then sell it on the cheap.
I think that's illegal as well. But yes,
Probably, but
Well,
how
I
are
mean,
you going to prove that in court?
the fact that they bought all of these laboratory assets on the cheap is sort of the problem.
yeah, yeah, it's what got them into this mess in the first place.
Yeah. Every
Anywho,
time- Go ahead.
so where was I last week? I got nommed.
Mm-hmm.
I got nommed something horrible because we're still dealing with that broken septic tank system, and the idea was that I spend half an hour in the morning just exposing a part of the runoff trench, and we opened that up, and we just
Oh,
kind of looked down and went, "Oh, oh no, we need to see how far this goes."
somewhere far away, dollar bill signs light up in some random plumber's eyes.
Uh huh.
He doesn't know it yet, but he can smell the money.
It smells like poo, but yes, it is poo money. But we do have a plumber lined up to actually fix things properly for us, which is good. But yeah, we got the thing pumped, and we're not at least wading through poo water to do all of it. So yeah, still not a pleasant job.
If you manage to pump it yourself, the plumber will still find a way to charge you an arm and a leg. It's what plumbers do. But
It is what plumbers do.
but it will not be nearly as bad for you if he had to pump it himself.
Yeah, we could not pump this one ourselves. So yeah,
Yeah.
but thankfully, the people who do garbage collection also had a septic pump, so we just got them to do it. Didn't cost as
Yay.
much as we expected,
Yay.
which is unusual, actually. I feel like something is going to happen.
The something that's going to happen will be the plumber's bill.
Yeah, I expect it will be. Yeah, we've given up completely on the local plumber. It's just not going to happen. You don't care. You're not interested. All right. as for Vidya, I sat down and I actually finished the story mode of Diablo 4 just to get it done and out of the way.
Really?
Yeah, it's done. I'm finished. I put the game down because I looked
How,
at the end game and it's like, okay, you grind and you make your number bigger, and you grind again and you make your number bigger. That's it.
well, I mean, that's what's been like in Diablo since forever.
That is how Diablo do.
Kind of be the ARPG standard.
Yes.
Except there was no transmog, so you had to if you didn't want to look like a clown, you had to actually work for it.
Yes. But when you're running around and you reach a point where you're dealing damage in the sextillions, and that's not even the top limit, it's, yeah, because, okay, yeah. So, given that this game was written by Blizzard, and that the villain is a female, tell me how the story ends.
It wasn't
I
really
bet you
her
can name
fault,
it.
and she was just trying to protect the world from something even worse. And oh, please feel bad for the poor villain. And oh, by the way, nothing she did was wrong.
There you go. Exactly right.
You're not allowed to have a female character do things that are wrong in a video game.
Even when she's wrong, she's right.
I mean,
If she is wrong, it's the patriarchy that made her do it.
So, yeah, it's like, I know you don't go to a Diablo game expecting stellar writing. It's because you're there for the spectacle and for the demons and for the Rara and the chaos. But yeah, it's like that plot was so by the numbers. You had Mephisto rock up, and he had a really good opening doing his bit. The way he manipulates what's his face, the last Herodrum guy, into making himself a complete pariah. That was great, that bit. But everything after that is like, no, not Deckard Cain, the other one.
There's another one.
yeah.
What was his name? Lorath.
Don't know who
He
that
shows
is.
he shows up in Diablo 3 after Deckard Cain dies.
Oh well, Diablo 3 is like irrelevant. Like who
Yeah.
wants to know about that?
And for a lot of it, it's like, okay, you're running around, you're trying to get people to actually help you and listen to you when you're telling them that this very obvious cult leader is actually evil. You know, the guy who's telling you guys to go out and stab yourselves and rip yourselves in half and turn into demons.
Listen, are there cult leaders who are not evil? Like, is that even a thing?
It would be an interesting experiment, wouldn't it? A cult that actually improves people's lives. I think you just call it a religion at that point, though. I don't know. But
yeah, I think that the definitions of cult actually do require you to be evil because of forcible isolation from your social group is sort of a requirement for the definition these days, I think.
yeah, and generally anything that's going to be beneficial for people will not involve doing that. Generally,
Yeah.
there are exceptions, but yeah. So yeah, that's Diablo 4. I also threw in and played a bit of the Paladin, and I mean, it's got. Tell you what, Diablo 4, when they started out, all their classes, they tried to keep a lot of the visual noise to a minimum when because you're on multiplayer and in an open world. They threw that out the window with the Warlock and the Paladin completely. So the Warlock walks around and he's got giant demons and big ass hands reaching out of the ground and big old swirling patches of poo and everything like that. And the Paladin's marching around with spinning hammers and orbital lasers. So it's like, yeah, okay. I guess we're not doing that anymore.
Yeah.
Well, if there's one thing Blizzard is incapable of, it's following through on a plan.
Ain't that the truth? So yeah, like a lot of classes in Diablo 4, even when they're going full bore and they've got visual effects going off all over the place, you can still see generally what's going on. Paladin and Warlock, no, you can't. And yeah, just pity for you if you have one of each in the same place.
I remember back in the day, the sort of like the dowdier design to a lot of like vanilla World of Warcraft spell effects and so on, like it was explicitly because they wanted things to still be readable. So they didn't, just add heaps and heaps of flash and bang. Because in Warcraft 3, where, your point of view is above, they did do plenty of flashiness, but everything was toned down a lot in World of Warcraft simply because you need to be able to see what was going on. But
Yeah.
they seem to have completely dropped that because they want to sort of compete in that arena now. Problem is that, their fundamental engine is not really up to it. But yeah, it's just another one of those things where they will just have this one guy who will have a good idea, quote unquote, and then they'll just run with it straight into a brick wall in most cases.
Yeah. There are times to go with the good idea guy. But Blizzard has never been particularly good at picking the right guy with the good idea.
It's almost never a good idea to go with the good ideas guy if the good ideas guy is suggesting something that like contradicts your fundamental plan.
Yeah, that's a bad time to go with the good ideas guy.
That's not
Unless-
the good idea guy at that point. That's like the people in the C-suite reviewing the Anthem playable demos.
Oof.
I may not
Yeah.
have a brain, gentlemen, but I do have an idea.
I think you just summed up the C-suite altogether.
Like, you bust that guy out if you're really dry on ideas and need innovation. Now, see what he throws at the whiteboard and go, okay, any of this actually fit with the design doc originally for the game.
Yeah, sometimes, like, if the original plan has just gone so far off the rails, that guy will bail you out. Yoshi P is that guy. Or at least he was.
Well, Yoshi P has a more unified vision, at least at the start of 14, of what he wanted, and through a good chunk of the expansions. Even
he stepped away for an expansion and it all fell apart.
Well, even with him stepping away, what he left behind was still a unified vision. It just was a vision for homogeneity and whatever the heck Dawn Trail was.
Yeah.
I think that there's actually a difference there. Like, I think when A Realm Reborn was being created, it was very much a case of Yoshi P saw a disaster and he didn't think it needed to be disaster. He thought that he knew how to save it, and he went hat in hand to the C-suite and they said, look, everything's already completely turned to custard. It's not like you can make it worse, so we'll give you a chance. You can see if you can solve this. And so, he, worked himself into what will probably be an early grave trying to fix it. And eventually he did it in the end. But the result of that, though, is that now he's got a ginormous team that never makes anybody redundant and tries to find work for everybody. And everybody gets to, he's got a large cadre of people who now think they know what they're talking about chattering in his ear. And he's going to be probably under the sort of the collective pressure of a lot of people wheedling about various sort of modern gaming audience ideas and so on and so forth. And one of those modern ideas is that everybody's playstyle has to be equally valid, and the only way to make that true is that everybody's playstyle has to be equally equal. So
yes,
I think that it's due to it's not that I don't think it's necessarily that he has changed so much that he is listening to the wrong sort of people who have been brought in as the team has expanded and expanded and expanded.
Yeah, you're
Whereas
also
before it was just he had to make all the decisions personally because nobody else knew what to do.
his decisions also now have monetary oversight. Number one, because the team is huge. Whatever he does is going to cost a lot in manpower to do. Number two, 14 is Squeenix's IV drip of stay alive money.
it is.
You wouldn't know it judging by the way they treat it.
Yeah, they've got.
Yeah,
they've just
there
announced,
is this.
Oh, go on.
It's the same principle you see everywhere, though, right? Like they think that they can get more audience now in exchange for the long-term audience which stayed with them all these years.
Yeah. Sometimes you just keep beating the dead horse. Sometimes that horse will still squeal. Other times, then you if it was everything was flagging and falling apart, then yeah, okay, chase a new market. But
If the dead
it
horse
wasn't.
starts squealing, I'm worried because now we have zombie horse.
We do have zombie horse. You got to watch out for that.
The I suppose the really frustrating thing about it is that like people have been talking about it for years and failing to learn the lesson of the Star Wars new game experience
Mm.
from what was it, Galaxies back in the day,
Oh, yeah.
where everybody who was playing that was not the biggest audience in the world, but they were an audience of absolute diehard loyal fans to that game, and
Yep.
they decided that they needed a general audience, and they ruined the game, and it came to an end not too long after.
You done screwed it up. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. There's the rule.
To be
All in the name of sort of making a more generalized bid for other audiences.
while this Galaxy's fan base were fanatics that would play that game to death because it offered something different. To be fair to the Galaxy team, they did have an iceberg that kind of popped out of the water called World of Warcraft that even for their diehards cut that diehard number down a lot.
That's true.
And it was not
That doesn't really mean that the solution is to get rid of all the people
no
who stayed.
they made
No.
they picked the worst solution to the problem, which instead of doubling down on the stuff that made them unique and different from WoW, they tried to WoWify.
Yeah. The early 2000s, well, even the late 2000s, are littered with the corpses of those MMOs who tried to WoWify.
Yeah, like there's a reason old school RuneScape is still alive and OS3 is dying, or what is the original RuneScape. It's on life support, kept alive just because Jagex can't admit that the cock-ups of RS3 were so bad that the game is unsalvageable. Where they tried to not only
SRS is just full of fanatics still.
yeah because old school RuneScape as it was in the 2000s when WoW came out was still distinct from WoW as a social experience and a game about grinding, just grinding. Like if
You could play it for free on your browser.
Yeah, and it was also a chunk of the game was free, and you could keep
chunk of
playing
it.
on that free account and go talk in the social areas without needing to pay. Like that was the shtick with RuneScape. But the second they tried to WoWify the game and have the quote evolution of combat unquote and update to RuneScape 3, oh boy, did people start leaving in droves. And then they went for the double whammy and started hammering microtransactions into the game.
But yeah, what makes
that was like the faulty logic that was really in vogue at the time was that if there are people in your game who are doing something and they're not paying in any way, then they're useless to you. So you need to make them pay. I mean, the entire gacha game genre probably wouldn't exist were it not for critical masses of non-playing people.
Yeah, the FTPers make up the warm bodies that chirp into the abyss on social media, or even in the case of MMOs, or just add to the numbers of real people walking around in like Lumbridge or Ironforge or Orgrimmar or wherever. Well, I guess in WoW you had to pay, but they're not buying your TRHs, but they are giving you your monthly sub. And even if that ain't a lot for active Blizzard, that person still is important because there's a lot of people like him. And they make the game feel alive.
There was what, 8 million of those people at the time?
Yeah, it made every server
before they started TRHing?
Yeah, it made every server feel alive. And while you could keep playing WoW, I'm not sure they understand very well how important the casual non-MTX player is. Gacha games definitely make me question whether they understand it with some of their recent stuff. But yeah.
Well, I mean, in Gacha, it's all about translation, right? They want to say, well, what action will convert a non-payer into a payer? But they aren't actually trying to, marginalize the non-players or just bill the non-payers for what they're doing. They're trying to tempt people, to dangle carrots, to use, malicious psychology to try and get them addicted and that sort of thing. Like that's their angle in Gacha, as opposed to in those sort of like like late 2000s, early aughts MMO players where they just we'll just charge for that instead.
Yeah. Yeah. The RuneScape I remember went full retard on it, like total full retard on it. They started selling like skill EXP boosts and stuff, and all the best players of the game quit because their previous achievements didn't mean anything anymore.
Yeah.
The thing is that Jagex had always seemed like they were pretty close to their player base, so I was a little bit confused that they managed to go so far wrong.
Yeah, well, it was the original leadership had left, and a new CEO took over that was from the industry TM.
Yes.
Oh,
There's actually a full interview with the original creators out there done by Josh Strice Hayes, I believe. If you look it up, it's worth a watch if you can find it.
Yeah, there's like a 2-hour documentary on the history of RuneScape that's actually really interesting as a business documentary, because it just shows
Yeah.
all how a company falls into all these traps and all the damage it does.
Yeah, Jagex, they stepped on some rakes.
A lot of
A lot
rakes.
of rakes. It's that scene from The Simpsons. You
Yeah.
know the one.
WoW would have learned the same lesson if they hadn't sabotaged old school so hard, or vanilla, whatever they call it, there so hard that it basically had no way to get off the ground and stay afloat. Chain releasing the expansions again back to back instead of Classic Plus, not doing a dang thing about the botting problem. Not a bit, because in Classic there was no microtransactions.
boy, that sounds familiar.
Yeah.
Yeah, doesn't it just?
Yeah, well, in Classic, you gotta remember, there's no microtransactions there, so they're just
For a
getting
moment,
the subs.
I thought to myself, is Ari talking about WoW Classic or RuneScape Classic?
I mean,
Oh no,
either or.
RuneScape Classic. They tried to turn a blind eye on it forever until finally they had to address it. Originally, RuneScape ran into a problem with the bots, because they were able to make so much gold and sell it in real world trading. They had to go as far as restrict trading between players and disable the wilderness for like a couple years at least,
Oh yeah, I remember that.
because payment processors and credit card companies were threatening to cut them off because people kept
Chargebacks.
doing chargebacks with it.
Even though technically it's not Jagex's fault, it was their platform.
Yeah, so they did eventually have to address it. WoW Classic had no such motivation to do so if they didn't want Classic to succeed, and the botters were paying subscriptions to bot, so that's money from them. So they just let these dudes ruin the economies of every server in WoW Classic and jack the prices up well beyond what the average person could afford, and turn paid for GDKP runs into a thing.
Yeah. Why are those a thing?
But that's just another Blizzardism, right? Classic Blizzardism. Like, they were onto a good thing with it for a while there.
Yeah.
Very short while. Until they blizzarded it. Alright. Other games, I haven't done a whole lot of games. I've started picking away at Monster Hunter Stories 3 again, picked that back up again. I've reached the swamp after fighting an Elder Dragon, and of all things, it was the giant octopus one. I thought that Capcom had actually forgotten that one existed. I can't even remember his name.
They're a
But
giant octopus one. No, he was just an apex predator, not a dragon.
yeah, in Generation 2, it was... I'll have to look it up. He's an Elder Dragon. Yeah, Kieran was in Gen 2 as well, actually, of all things.
Paul, what are you murdering up there?
There it is, Yana Sukami. It's basically a flying blob with legs.
I'm farming base lightning echoes so that Rebecca will have some echoes because I used all of my other lightning echoes on Calcharo.
Oh.
Oh dear. So yeah, um, they are. I'll say Stories 3. They are pushing on the story a bit harder and actually making it a lot more engaging. But they have a twist where Rudy starts throwing lightning powers around, which means Rudy is the descendant of Navarro, and therefore I hate him now.
Wh- wh- Why couldn't we just not have Naviru? What? Somebody on that team just thinks that Naviru is the coolest, funniest character of all time.
He's a cat with a big head and lightning powers, and
An
who does
opinion
not
shared
shut
by
up.
literally nobody else on Earth.
Yeah. Like, at least Rudy, he is a slightly weird looking feline, but half of that's just because of the hat he wears. He looks a lot more normal when he takes the hat off. But yeah, he's apparently got lightning powers, and I've got to find out how he's related to Navarro.
Oh dear.
He does have the same miraculous talent for finding waist-high barrels and things to stand on it, though. But that's a conceit of the dialogue system, unfortunately. You got to keep all the characters in frame. I am, yeah, pushing into the swampy area now because it's a Monster Hunter game. There has to be a swamp, not a poison swamp necessarily, but a swamp. I am really hoping Duramboros is playable though. If he is, I will be putting him on my team.
One?
And that's the spinny one. Where he
Miyazaki
throws
will be
himself
sad.
around through the gigantic mass of his own tail. Or
As a
ass, take it.
rideable monster, Duramboros makes no sense.
No, he doesn't.
Unless
was
you
a
really like
boss in
motion
2.
sickness.
Yeah. Yeah, he showed up as a boss in Stories 2. Which was interesting. But as far as Monster Hunter monsters go, he's not supposed to be a silly comedic monster, but he is, and I love him.
How could you design a monster like that, assuming that it wasn't going to be a joke? Like this,
Yeah.
that doesn't make sense. But there's a lot of monsters who are just sort of like intrinsically funny, despite not intending to be, like Zamtrios.
Dodogama. Yeah, Zamtrios is another one. I like Zamtrios. He's so dumb, but he's so cool. He's also, at least in Stories 2, he was kind of the first roadblock where you had a monster who would routinely throw through between 3 different stances and throw off your rhythm every single time. That actually happens a lot sooner in 3. What else have I encountered? There's Shogun Cyanator as a playable one now, so you can ride around on a giant hermit crab with sword arms.
Does it move sideways?
No. At least
What?
I haven't actually mounted one yet, so maybe it will if
What's the
you
point?
put a mount on it.
It's a crab. It has to move sideways. I'm pretty sure that the crabs in Rysel move sideways.
I think. Hang on, let me actually look it up because I think in the when you actually fight them in the proper Monster Hunter games, they do move sideways. Let's see. I'll look up just regular Cyanator because they all run on the same skeleton. Let's see. Does it actually mention it in here? Probably not. But yeah, anyway, aside from like attacking and things like that, the crabs I'm pretty sure move sideways. Well, he's still patching, by the way. So yeah, they've got a much bigger selection of monsters this time around because they didn't need to really do a whole lot to the old ones after 2. So they could just add more. It does mean that all of the kinship attacks are the same and reused. They made a few changes to some of them, but they're basically the same. That includes
My bro
Ratha.
Bagel Goose in there.
I assume he is. Let me see. I'm pretty sure he is. He was in 2.
Because he was like my main monster in 2. It's my bro
Yeah.
Bagel Goose.
I'm probably going to be spoiling myself on this.
Like, he's so goose.
He is the goose. The game also just straight up gives you a canine as well now. In 2, they because of when Rise came out, they were an add-on at the end. And they were actually really, really good. But if you want a buff bot now, you put a canine on your team. They're really good for that. Let's see. Actually have a list of monsters. Monsters. There we are. This is not in the correct order. Hang on. Oh, there we go. Alphabetically.
Control F bagel.
Control F bagel. I'm not seeing Basil Gaius.
How do you spell bagel goose?
Bagel goose.
Don't remember how they spell bagel goose.
As B-A-Z. Oops.
Is it B-A or is it B-E?
Bezel. Bezel is suddenly French. No, he is actually not in 3. He'll probably show up in the DLC
That
then.
disgusts me.
Unless, of course, the wiki is lying and he's just going to show up with his signature theme song at a random moment.
If there's something we have learned about the Monster Hunter wikis, it's that they are terrible.
Yeah, they are. Great
Which
Poogie
is
is
it,
in this
Fixture
game
Life or
still.
Fandom?
This is the fandom one.
Both are.
They are equally terrible.
Yeah, both are terrible. Remember the heyday
Fixture
of
Life is
wikis?
just always wrong, but Fandom is annoying to use as well as being wrong.
Yes.
In addition to that, fandom, because it's so annoying to use now, is often incomplete because nobody wants to sit there and mess with it.
Because it's as bad as it is to use, it's even worse to edit.
I'm so mad that fandom got bought out by that company that just did stuff that made it
They
terrible.
just did stuff.
Like, if you don't have the uBlock origin in a Chromium browser or something, some mega powerful ad blocker, and even Google Chrome doesn't let you use it anymore, so you have to do it in, like, I don't know, the Steam browser and Brave. Like, you're not.
uBlock in Firefox works.
Oh, does it still work in Firefox?
Yeah, it works in Firefox.
Yeah. Like, unless you've got something like that where you can add custom rules to it, you're not using fandom. It's unusable.
Yeah. Just way too much crap on the screen.
Yeah. Don't know who thought that was a good idea. I bet their traffic is in the toilet after that they made those changes. There are several wikis that wanted to stay comprehensive. Like the Hollow Knight wiki was one of the bigger ones that made the push. That just started their own dang wiki.
Yes.
With blackjack and hookers.
Yeah, like
Yes.
well, they were sick of dealing with fandom, so they made their own.
I can see the appeal because there are wiki providers out there who are simple and easy. They got no frills, but there's also like nobody knows about them. So yeah,
Most of them don't have the infrastructure to house stuff, and they're not free.
no, they are not.
The funniest one I think I remember was like the McDonald's wiki was packing up and leaving.
Oh yeah,
McDonald's had a wiki?
Apparently, and then fandom
What
came
for?
in.
What law do they have to report on?
I have no idea. It's back.
they have law actually for their McDonald's mascot characters. They have an extensive law.
Yeah. So, the Mickey D's wiki. The story goes that somebody from fandom signed a deal with corporate McDonald's and went onto their wiki page and changed it and changed the front page without the owners of the wiki's consent.
Okay.
And while that falls under your terms of use, nobody's getting sued over this. You did hack them all off and they packed up and left.
Yeah, because in what universe would that not happen? So anyway, That is honestly about it for my weeks. It hasn't been a whole lot of activity. Although we do have the local county, or to call it a county fair is what the Americans we call it. We just call it a show coming up this week, which is usually a pretty good time for all. It's busy, but it's not outrageously busy on our end.
In New
People
Zealand and
don't get
Australia, we term basically everything a show.
this is true. Just like we call
Like,
everything chips.
like the freaking Melbourne Cup is just the show, depending on where you are.
Yes.
Oh, that's right. I need to report on if we have another bombing. Because Atlanta's hosting an international sporting event again.
Is this a routine thing?
No, it's incredibly rare. But we're hosting several games for the World Cup here.
This week, I saw someone describe Night City as a slightly worse Atlanta, or something like that.
I
Just
definitely.
slightly.
Let me put it this way: I felt very familiar with the city as I was walking through. Like, oh, yeah, this is just what'll happen to Atlanta in about 20 years.
Except with significantly less robot arms, I imagine.
I don't know the way things are going. Even the cyber psychosis will probably be there.
The psychosis is already there.
Yeah, just strip away more humanity from it, and you're in cyberpunk.
I might get a cool robot arm. I'm disappointed.
It is very surreal going on drives with people through the city that are from out of town, and you'll be driving through the ghetto with a capital ghetto, and on the way to a job site or something, and they'll be like bug-eyed in the car with you. Like, you just drive through here? Like, yeah.
You shouldn't be proud of that.
You don't stop, but you drive. You can go through it.
Yeah, you don't stop. And if the road's blocked, you turn around. But yeah, this is the city. It's awful here. You just kind of learn to live with it. Like the plague or syphilis.
Or Justin Bieber album. All right. I'm actually scrounging to see if I actually did anything else this week, but I really didn't. I'm stuck in a hole where I just kind of work and stop and work and stop.
No doubt, feel.
Yeah. I'm trying to push to get a bit of just stop time soon, hopefully, maybe.
Get yourself about 3 or 4 days to just brain rest.
I'm hoping for 2 weeks because I haven't had more than a single week off in 20 years. So, yeah.
Yeah,
My boss keeps telling me to take some time off, but
then at the same time,
at the same time, I'm held responsible for everything that doesn't get done.
Yeah,
which is everything if I'm not around.
So it's gonna, yeah. If you go on holiday, the place will probably burn down at this point, I think.
I'd be disappointed if it is, because that would mean that I was right about health and safety all the time.
Vindication.
It's like, I would like to be wrong about at least one thing.
But I'm not.
Not when it comes to government bureaucracies, no.
No, or corporate.
Health and safety is the only department where the people put their pronouns in their signature.
Oh dear. I do have, apparently I've got to go out and watch the new Masters of the Universe movie because I saw a little bit of it earlier, and the thing is deliberately awful. Like, really cheap special effects, everyone's wearing rubber masks. Everything, it looks like it was filmed on like a found video camera from the 80s. It looks gloriously awful. I think I need to go watch it.
That was the Skeletor.
The Skeletor, I think they put too much effort into.
Not made of rubber?
Oh, he is.
Is he made
But
of
he
ham?
also has, he is not made of a ham. That's the problem. He doesn't go, yeah.
Does he make?
And I am disappointed.
Does he make the Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge Joey Wheeler noises?
No, he does not. I think aside from everything else being camp and cheesy and ridiculous, they actually tried to make Skeletor scary, and he sticks out like a sore thumb because of it.
Skeletor is not
If you
scary.
put Skeletor is not scary, Skeletor is ridiculous, and we love him for it. But yeah, you can't have scary Skeletor. I'm sorry, it doesn't work, especially when everything else is cheese. Like their He-Man is basically shows up and he's got a mouthful of scenery at the entire time. And their She-Ra's the same as well. She is just chewing, but their Skeletor is trying to do everything serious, and it just doesn't work. It was, if I recall, back in the when was it? To the early 2000s, they tried to do a dark and gritty He-Man movie or something like that.
The late 90s, early 2000s was edgelordify everything, so it's possible, but they did it to
They
literally
edgelordified the
everything.
Looney Tunes,
Like, they did it to literally everything, so.
and it never worked. Not once.
I mean, some of them were funny. Not.
Is-
Not
is-
funny,
is-
yes.
Is feminist He-Man a thing they've done?
I mean, you got She-Ra, the latest series of She-Ra, that whole ordeal.
Yeah, that's not really an insulating barrier anymore to stop the women from womaning over it.
I think there was a Masters of the Universe series recently that just fell on its face too. That was a couple of years ago. So
I
yeah,
guess I can only assume that they know that nothing that they can come up with is good enough to get attention without vampirizing somebody else's IP.
yeah.
It
Because
doesn't.
anytime one of those people tries to make an IP, it always comes out like mixtape.
Something
There
that's-
was, what was it? I forget what. Don't know what it was actually called. I was watching, or my mum was actually watching a series based on a book the other day, and it was had the modern audience writing, and you had two characters arguing, and it was the most rigid, stilted argument ever because they had to stop between every point and validate the other person's position before making their own. And it just nobody talks like that.
No. But in progressive writing, characters are not allowed to even go as tepid as, no, I don't believe you. I think you're lying.
Yeah, or yeah, that's not right. That's incorrect.
Yeah, you were just mistaken, obviously. No.
Your information is out of date. I can't even say that. No, you have to fully justify them first, then you can make a counter argument. But gently. Instead of just going, no.
No, you need to go, yeah.
Well, yes, actually. The correct way is to go, yeah. Always. You can't just say no to someone. You know, not in the progressive writings. No is not a word that is allowed. Yeah, it was awful to watch. It hurt to watch even a couple of minutes of that, and I just walked away. I just couldn't.
I don't know what's worse, a mom that watches stuff like that or a mom that watches exclusively reality TV shows. And I say reality with the biggest, fattest air quotes on the planet.
Well, yeah. I mean, my mum will sit
Don't
down and
work-
watch the Bake Off while she's doing other stuff.
Don't most women these days watch like true crime murder porn?
I mean, they've always
Yes.
done that, but that's kind of like just in the background.
That's big money, is the whole true crime thing.
Yeah, they like something happens to women when they turn 40 and all of a sudden watching murderers is like or the stories of murderers is just like the most entertaining thing.
Maybe it's because nobody could actually write a whodunit worth a damn, so they just turn to real life examples.
I mean, usually they don't latch on to fantasy mystery series, but they'll latch on to those true crime stories.
I think it's because just in this case that truth is more interesting than fiction.
I don't know.
A
I'm pretty
lot.
sure that that Serathis would supply an alternative reason that we can't talk about on YouTube.
Nope.
No, we cannot talk about it.
Nope.
That's a no. That's a no. So yeah, I think it's just one of those things. Like writing a mystery and a proper mystery that actually has a good twist in it is very, very hard. So, but real life, you don't need all that. The twists write themselves already. So yeah, it's a grim way of doing things. I think it's kind of you're basically turning people suffering into a spectacle. But there you go.
I keep telling my mother, tell you what, Mama, for your birthday this year, just for you, I'm gonna go murder somebody so I can get on one of these shows.
No,
Boy, please don't do that.
please don't. Oh yeah, dear. So anyway, we should move on. Vol, you done anything actually not work?
Yeah, I guess.
Are you gonna go mostly into Gacha land? Well,
Well, I did in bits and pieces find time to watch Edge Runners.
the whole thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I was going to do that.
So
I need to find a
I have
reliable
to
ball,
say
actually.
I'm pretty lukewarm about it, but most of my objections to it are objections to the genre as a whole, like the reason why I don't consume cyberpunk fiction are the same reasons for the most part that I don't particularly have any strong feelings about Edge Runners.
yeah,
So I've never cyberpunk is an offshoot of the noir genre. And I've never really been a huge noir fan, but I can understand noir because noir's a sort of very, a constipated and stoic take on the society as a monster and it will eat you type of thing. But usually with very strong, as a very strong through line of you can't escape your past sins type of thinking. But because it tends toward the stoic, there's still sort of like a heroic element to there where like the whole idea of dying well basically. But the difference between the cyberpunk setting and the noir setting is that in noir dying well is worthwhile and heroic, whereas in cyberpunk dying in a good way accomplishes nothing and you're a mug for doing it.
well, it gets you a drink named after you in the afterlife.
That's about it.
I mean, if you become a legend in Night City, that's what happens. The afterlife bar will name a drink after you if you made a big enough splash.
Yes. Or you get to be played by Keanu Reeves. There's that too.
Yeah, and even death didn't keep him down. Unfortunately,
No.
he's still yakking away in my head.
Well, it's just like you can join the Tumblerinas talking about your headmates.
It is.
Ugh.
It's not a consensual headmate situation here.
Get out of my head, Johnny. Or at the very least, shut up, Johnny.
There's a drink named after him at the bar too.
There is.
I don't think he deserves it. But yeah, it's a cyberpunk story, I guess. So I'm not really a huge fan of like the classic Faust story, which is basically every cyberpunk story is Faust except with neon and hacking. But I guess it just frustrates me that like noir is a mystery story or a tragedy, usually a tragedy of some kind. In the case of Edge Runners, like the guy that created Edge Runners, like he sets out to write tragic endings. Like it doesn't even cross his mind not to have a tragic ending. And cyberpunk is it just happens to be a genre which accommodates that to a T. But the there was going to be sort of tragic endings, but it's actually kind of unusual for an ending to be as good as the one in Edge Runners. Like normally they're even worse than that. Normally everybody dies and it doesn't matter, as opposed to everybody dies and it doesn't matter. But everybody does remember at least that once upon a time David lived. But yeah, it's not really my favorite thing as a genre. Because it doesn't go anywhere and is like sort of intrinsically hopeless. Like
You
you get a drink named after you because that's the most you can ever hope for, not
you
because it was intrinsically worthwhile to do what you do.
David's story makes a big enough splash that the survivors, there are at least two at the end of it, and you get texted by one of them, the guy, what's his name, Falco. The other one that was in the car at on the last mission.
Porn stash guy.
Yeah, with the robot arm. And
I'm pretty sure everybody in the cast has a robot arm.
yeah, and he basically is like, look, we finally, me and other character finally got a quiet life, and you know, but that was a bad time for us. It was real tragic, but you've been making a splash. We hear you've been looking into us and to learn more about our history. Tell you what, go to the memorial area, and I'll leave a package for you there, and you can read an epitaph for a bunch of the mercs that fell during the last raid on Arasaka, and Falco leaves you David's jacket, saying that he'd want an edge runner of his caliber to have it. And that's
right.
and you get a
The thing
whole
is,
little conversation
that
with him.
doesn't that sentiment doesn't really ring true to the story though,
No,
because the problem with David is that he didn't really think much about anything,
no,
which was sort of his downfall ultimately.
yeah. David just kind of was the king of impulse-driven decision making.
He was a leaf drifting down the stream, and that was it. And that's one of the things that frustrated me about it, because he's a leaf drifting down the stream, but the sort of the overwhelming sort of narrative through line and theme for that setting is that everybody is, and nobody can change anything.
Yeah,
And that's like the cyberpunk is basically noir written by a nihilist instead of a stoic.
yeah.
Where nothing ever matters and nothing ever changes.
They boxed it in particular with when they set Edge Runners, because they set it in Night City, and they set it a year before 2077. You know that they're not going to do anything significant to shake up Night City.
Well, also when they wrote it, the writing hadn't finished for the game.
Yeah. So
the producer complains quite a bit in his interview with Solon about how he couldn't get information from the dev team because they hadn't decided what was correct yet.
yeah. So they boxed themselves in a little bit, but it didn't. Given the genre it's in, the corpo has to survive at the very least, and the actions of the characters can't win for it to still be cyberpunk. Basically, you can't have your cake and eat it too.
Yeah, and like I keep saying, this is about my objections to the genre rather than my objections to Edge Runners in particular. I do have various things that annoy me or bother me about Edge Runners, such as the biggest one, I think, because it's so close to the center of the story, is that the relationship between Lucy and David feels completely plastic.
Yeah.
Like, neither of them ever think about the other in any meaningful sense. Or they're always acting in the name of the other, but none of them ever thinks about the other. They don't understand each other at all, and nor do they try to. They just sort of act at cross purposes constantly, like ships passing in the night. Like, there's no actual relationship there.
I think it's
You
in,
they sort of proclaim their warm fuzzies for each other, and that's like the entire depth of their romances that they say they love each other.
yeah, I think it was implied during the minor time skip where you see clips of it, and I think like episode 3 or 4 that they talk a bit more, and then at the big time skip, it's presumed they hung out more a little bit, but even then, Lucy apparently has been distant the whole time during the major time skip. So I don't know where really they got attached to each other. That was my one big complaint with it too. Was I didn't feel Lucy and David's attachment to each other. But all that said, there were some things I think Edge Runners did right in as far as the story it was trying to tell. The biggest one I think they did right was Maine. Like
I
if you
thought that Maine was a really, really well done, but that just made my distaste for the genre worse, because as soon as that story was finished, like the entire rest of the story was obvious. It's like,
yeah
oh, because if this was a heroic narrative, David would surpass Maine, but because this is cyberpunk, he's just going to do everything that Maine did exactly, make every same mistake Maine did, and not understand that this is why Night City is the way it is.
yeah. I was worried
Hmm.
that Maine's girlfriend was going to be a gender special at first, but no, she's straight as an arrow, just a really, really butch lady. Like,
That's
I think
actually
she was
more
one of the
unique.
more. I think she was one of the more likable characters of
yeah,
the barely fleshed out cast.
uh,
I mean, I understand why the cast is barely fleshed out, but yeah, basically the only characters that really get development with a capital D are David and Lucy and Maine. But Maine stands out because Maine is the only character who gets development with respect to other characters. Like, there's not other characters don't really interact with each other, including Lucy and David, which is the problem with their relationship. Whereas Maine interacts with everybody, and everybody has an opinion about Maine. Like, he's the main character, no pun intended.
yeah. And then
Like, everything else is just a reflection of the way he lives.
I feel so bad for Rebecca in the whole story because she can see all this happening and she's trying
Yeah,
to
like
warn
if
everybody.
if David had chosen the Rebecca route instead of the Lucy route, everybody would have gotten a happy ending, and it wouldn't have been cyberpunk.
Yeah, like if
Because she's literally the only person in the cast with their head screwed on straight, which is deeply ironic.
yeah, there's a reason everybody that watches the show pings Rebecca as best girl. Like she is best girl in so many different ways, and her chemistry with David actually feels better and more genuine than his chemistry with Lucy.
Well, that's because she's actually trying to. She's got a yen for David, and she is trying to get his attention in a low key way, knowing that it's basically doomed on her part because David and Lucy have informed the world that they only have eyes for each other, even if nobody can tell from the outside. Like she is the sort of the story path that didn't get followed, where people don't all die in the end.
You know, but yeah, makes me wonder what uh how they're gonna treat the WuWa story when you know how Rebecca's stuff goes at the end of what you call it, the end of Edge Runners, especially because the stuff in Wu was supposed to be a sequel or happen
Well,
afterwards.
the thing with the WuWa universe though is that sort of like dreams and reality are relatively interpermeable. So long as the information exists somewhere, a thing can come to exist for real.
Yeah,
Because I mean, the thing with cyberpunk as a universe is that hard physics is the ultimate law, and the thing with WuWa is that the old physics has passed away. Now everything works in a strange, incomprehensible way that nobody truly understands.
yeah. So, yeah. In general, I know you have a distaste for the genre. I'm not a super big fan of it myself, as I mentioned before. But unlike the objections you have with it, my objections are mostly with the aesthetic and less about the substance and the type of writing done. I can appreciate tragedies of the nature of cyberpunk. It's just the
Well, I
cyberpunk
can
aesthetic that
appreciate
bothers me.
tragedies as well, but like if I wanted to, like if I was to say, oh well, okay, so this is the same story done in a way that I actually enjoy, I would probably say Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah,
Because in Cowboy Bebop, it's not that while Cowboy Bebop is technically a cyberpunk setting, everybody's riddled with cybernetics. The world revolves around them. The sort of the perverse effect that high technology has had on humanity as a race is shot throughout the entire setting. Like it's got a lot of cyberpunk elements to it, but the difference is the reason why I like the way the same story where everybody dies horribly in the end is told in Cowboy Bebop is because Cowboy Bebop is fundamentally more like noir, which I dislike less than cyberpunk because in the end, Cowboy Bebop is about your past catching up with you, not just the implacable nature of the world. So
it
everybody dies because of the things that they did such that they deserve to have to face up with them, as opposed to no, everybody dies because that's the way the world is and the machine must turn and grind people into paste.
yeah.
So it's
It,
not the fact that it's a tragedy that bothers me, it's the fact that the nature of the cyberpunk world is that nihilism and destruction is just implacable. It's always there and nobody cares.
yeah. The a similar vein to that. It doesn't annoy me as much, but the fact that cyberpunk, because of its more nihilistic nature, often lacks closure for the journeys of its protagonists in the end, does leave something there, and I do like noir better for that reason. In general, the protagonist usually, even though they're probably going to meet a terrible fate, gets closure in whatever was hanging over their head for a good chunk of the story, like in Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah, like that story is done. Like the people involved, they met their ends, they faced their fates, they dread their weird, they got to the end of their arc, and then the story ends.
Yeah,
Whereas Cyberpunk is sort of about the tragedy of cutting everything short because the world is just that terrible. Like it's about the dream not ever attained, fundamentally. Because I guess that's because it's supposed to be the sort of the ultimate techno Faustian fantasy where, you know, you've got to reach too far and get burned
yeah.
instead of accomplishing what you set out to do. Like if you accomplished it, that would sort of give lie to the genre.
It's about seeing how far a character can make it rather than seeing them come out ahead and win at the end. But you know you're not going to get any closure at the end of it. It's kind of just part of the package.
But yeah, I think that in a heroic story, I would have liked it better simply because then the reflection between David's story and main story wouldn't be exact. So it could show, oh well, actually things can change, actually people can learn. But no, because it's cyberpunk, David has to make every single mistake that Main makes like he's checking boxes off a list.
Yeah, there are parts that are really interesting to follow. I think though, like most of them are in the first half. Watching Main slowly break down and watching,
Yeah, I felt the first half was just like at least twice as strong as the second half.
yeah, watching David find his feet and get exposed to the cyberpunk universe because as the quote the capital C cyberpunk universe, Edge Runners was my first real experience in getting to know any of the concepts or ideas. And I think the anime works good for introducing the universe to you, making you wonder what else is here. Like what is cyber psychosis? Why is it a thing? Like they mention stuff like the Blackwall AIs in the net space. How does that work? You find that out in 2077. Like it does a good job for world setup, and it does a good job introducing the early characters of Main and the other Edge Runners and the first story.
Except Rebecca didn't get enough screen time.
Yeah, Rebecca did not get enough screen time. But Rebecca is the saving grace of the second half because while David chose to ignore her warnings repeatedly, uh, if she wasn't there, the second half would have been unbearable.
Yeah, I feel like they also bobbled a couple of key balls. The the entire momentum behind the second half is this idea that you can never escape Arasaka. There's nowhere you can hide. There's nowhere where you can run. But the problem is that internally they're inconsistent about this, because basically Lucy runs away successfully and she goes to ground successfully. There's no reason why Arasaka wouldn't have tried to recover and dispose of her, except that they just didn't. Despite the fact that she has successfully gone to ground, she decides that because of what she's seen, there's no way that David could ever successfully go to ground or escape, so she's got to go on a one-woman crusade across Night City, trying to do something that, by her own logic, would be impossible, which is to hide somebody from Arasaka. And then when it's all over, and her failure to do so has been thrown in her face, she then, once again, appears to have successfully gone to ground. And despite the fact that now she's an even bigger liability to Arasaka since she can puncture through their security, they aren't pursuing her. Like the whole thing is just completely illogical.
Yeah, they don't mention until the game that Arasaka is still actively on the hunt.
Like they moved heaven and earth and were willing to bring in Adam Smasher himself to simply collect data from David. But the biggest liability in Arasaka's portfolio is just sort of wandering around the city.
That was one big part of the finale I did like. The design of Adam Smasher while he was on screen. Dude is terrifying.
He just reminds me of Darth Malgus, so.
Yeah, he looks like RoboCop crossed with a Sith Lord. Like, the dude is comically over the top.
He seems pretty chill for a psycho.
Yeah. I mean, he's a murderous monster. He's a murderous monster. But
yeah, but he can carry on a coherent conversation. It's probably going to be about killing you, but it's still a conversation.
Yeah, it's the TLDR, Fern, if you don't know about Adam Smasher, because you saw him in the game, if you played through the intro at least.
Yep.
He's not affected by cyberpsychosis because he's already an inhuman monster.
One way to do it.
So he has no humanity left to lose.
Yeah, that just makes him more efficient at being a murderous monster, I suppose.
But yeah, Fern, I don't know if I'll give you the same recommendation. I think Edgerunners is worth a watch just because it's a coherent story and it does it big enough moments consistently enough. I don't think it's the greatest.
Valueless to watch. I don't think it's valueless to watch. Like if you just want like a nice primer for Night City and Cyberpunk as envisioned by the Cyberpunk game and setting as it appears in sort of like roleplay and other media, then it's perfectly suitable for that, and it's a reasonable watch, provided that you don't have an even stronger distaste than me for Cyberpunk's sort of like core moral themes, or rather lack of any moral grounding whatsoever. And you just need to be prepared to see a lot of people gooning, like all the time.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that comes with the territory, I suppose.
Yeah, brain dances are a thing, and they had a chrome nipple quotient they had to meet to get the
quotient, you say?
Yeah, to meet the Netflix adult only category rating.
You have to show X the number of boobies before we give it to you.
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah, like the general excess and hedonism of the setting is all part of it as well.
Yeah, brain dances.
It kind of comes with the territory.
There is a rather. I imagine it's iconic amongst Edgerunner superfans of Doc when you see him physically for the first time that is downright disturbing.
Charming.
Yeah. Involves Turbo Goonin.
Of course it does.
Probably literally, given the assistance.
Gooning with a turbo button?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But you get the distinct impression that there are in this world, there are a lot of people who literally don't do anything else.
Yeah, like it
They
is
just, yeah. Like, I played a little bit of 2077 so far, and I get the impression that there are just people who will dive into the brain dances and never emerge.
Oh yeah, there are plenty of in the background of Edge Runners and in 2077 in the slums. You can just see homeless people just effectively drugged out of their mind on doing in the middle of a brain dance in the street, just to escape the situation they're in. And they're just totally addicted to it.
Yeah, because it's just an easy out.
Yeah. Well, brain dances are even more addictive because
Yes.
unless you're forcibly ejected, you are experiencing everything from the point of view of the recorder.
Yeah.
So you
not all of them are good times.
oh, so you're quite literally not yourself. There's one quest in Phantom Liberty that is a comedy quest. It's supposed to be, but it's incredibly dark. The DLC. There's a side quest where some guy is in the middle of a BD when a power surge happens.
Oh no.
And it fries his synapses. And he thinks he is the person from the BD now stuck in the body of a fat 34 something, 40 something year old guy. And that you have to go through it. Apparently there is in-depth medical procedure on how to fix this. And you can do this, or you can take the morally black option, which is the comedy route. And just make his
sort of
like that.
Play into the delusion.
Yeah, and make his suffering even, well, not suffering yet, make it even worse.
Oh no. That's a CD Projekt Red thing, I think, because the Witcher games all had just weird quests like that sometimes. We remember the Chicken Man quests.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, the thing is, Geralt usually had the opportunity to do the morally upright thing. The Night City often
Usually.
has no morally upright option.
Yeah, you can call your Ripper Doc and be like, hey, this happened, how do we fix? And he will give you step-by-step instructions on how to go on a side quest to treat this guy. Or you can listen
you
to
not do that.
Or you can listen to his buddy, quote unquote.
Yeah. Yeah, you shouldn't listen to that guy.
Yeah. I did because it was funny. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. When in Night City, do as the Night Cityans do.
Be an absolute cunt to everyone within reach.
Because they will
We're all going to hell anyway.
Because if you don't screw them first, they're going to screw you.
Yeah. That's how Cyberpunk do. It's bleak. It is very bleak. Even when it's trying to be light, it's bleak.
How far have you got in the game, Fern?
Where did I get up to? It was a while ago when I played it.
Have you done?
It wasn't super far in.
Have you done the heist at Arasaka Tower with Jackie yet? At the end of Act 1?
Yeah, I did. I finished Act 1.
Okay, so
because that whole sequence.
So Keanu Reeves is now in your head.
Yep, and then you do a whole side bit where you're playing as Keanu Reeves for a little while.
Yeah, that little flashback scene that's the bridge to the proper start of the main game.
Which I think is about where I got to is after that, and then I think I hit a game-breaking bug that just took me right out of it.
Yeah, rotate saves.
Yeah.
Just do it.
They've fixed most of the bugs now, but there are still a few doozies in there.
Occasionally, you will accidentally go to get off the elevator and ride it back up while your quest partner was at the scripted part where he was supposed to walk out of the elevator, cause the elevator to collapse into the elevator shaft and fall through the world, and the game will autosave.
Oh joy.
So rotate saves.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a shame actually, because that whole sequence where it's setting up like who Johnny Silverhand is and how he died and all of that, it's a very gripping scene. It's really good.
I don't know if it's. I guess
Well,
gripping's the right word. It's certainly attention holding, but it's because Johnny Silverhand is because it's not a bad word in Australia. You can say it.
it is still a bad word, but he is an absolute bastard.
Yeah, he is.
Johnny Silverhand is the world's biggest piece of shit.
Yeah, Keanu Reeves is the biggest piece of donkey dookie on the planet.
In Night City, that's pretty impressive.
Like
It is actually, yes.
he is a capital D douchebag.
To be considered an asshole in Night City, you need to be above and beyond.
I have gone out of my way to do everything I can to make Johnny uncomfortable living in my head.
And he still won't leave.
Well, he can't leave.
He can't leave.
Like he can't. He
As
came.
much as you might want him to, he can't.
Like he wants to leave and he can't.
V, you are seriously messed up. Let me out. Yeah. It's one of those games that's I want to get back to, but it is an investment.
Oh yeah, there's so much video game there now because it isn't just the DLC. They kept having patches like No Man's Sky style where they just added more stuff to the game.
Yeah.
Like
Of all things, No Man's Sky actually added Pokemon battles recently, by the way.
I can see that.
Because why not? Also, gigantic swarm ships. That's their nose patch.
I see.
What, like Tyranids?
Mechanical Tyranids, yeah. Like it shows up in the sky, it's a giant mechanical crab, and it starts spewing out little drones all over the place. That's their newest. That's their newest patch.
I see.
Because of course everything is a crab. Sooner or later, everything is a crab.
It must walk sideways.
Yes.
Fern, I do recommend you check out Edge Runners at some point. Only 10 episodes, so even if it's not super interesting to you, it's not going to take that long, and it does tell a complete story from beginning to end. It has high points and low points. I think it's a solid good. I don't agree with the people that say it's the greatest thing in the universe. I'm not quite sure what would possess
it's
people
definitely
to.
not. Like, I would say that in terms of like something that follows similar beats, like it's strictly worse than Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah.
But saying something is strictly worse than Cowboy Bebop gives you like half the portfolio of anime ever made, and then some.
Yeah. It does stay focused. They could have used another episode or two to focus on Lucy and David a bit more, but it otherwise manages to keep itself on the rails the whole way. So there's no downtime here. You are going from start to finish, and the story doesn't stop. So for those reasons alone, I think it's worth checking out, especially with the WuWa collab coming up. I think it'll be a good prime for that, and help you understand a lot of what's going on. Because
Right.
we talked about it a bit last week, but the WuWa collab is going to be bigger than I thought.
The fact that they're putting a big chunk of Night City into WuWa just to run around in is pretty impressive.
Yeah, I don't know how big it is yet.
They said that they tried to do the math on what it would take to import large portions of Night City into the WuWa engine, and then it turned out that no, actually that's just going to break the game. Everything is going to fall apart. Nothing will work. So I guess we will just build it ourselves from the ground up.
I guess.
And they did.
And they did, because they're mad lads.
Yeah, so I highlighted all the areas I saw on the map. I doubt it's above the wall of text I posted earlier. That red section that I highlighted on the map, I saw sections in the screenshots in the trailer from anywhere inside that box. I sincerely doubt that entire box is being ported in. If they do, my jaw will be on the floor. I'd be surprised if 1/4 of that box makes it into the game, but That's still a lot of Night City that they showcased.
Even if they do just a compressed version of it, like here's these landmarks, and then they just kind of fill it in between.
Yeah.
Well, even if it's as big as Honami City, would be outrageously impressive
Yeah.
because it's just a
Mm.
collab.
And they got the Atom Smasher boss coming. You get to see
Dude,
the cyberpunk guy and punch him in the face.
yeah. Have they made any statement on what they're going to do with this after the event ends?
He'll be around forever.
It's going to be permanently available.
Good.
The characters won't
Hear
be.
that, Hoyo?
Yeah, the characters won't be, but the event and area itself and the boss will still be.
That's good. That's what they should be doing.
Yeah. So if you log in during the collab, you get Rebecca for free, and her and Lucy's banners use a different currency from the normal stuff, but you still pay the same amount of Astrite for it. And they have a
Yeah, so basically you've got to plan ahead. Like if you're planning to actually get something on the banner, whether a weapon or a character or a wave band, be prepared to spend all the way to pity as many times as it takes to get it, because you can't keep that pity. Like it's just going to disappear when the banner does. It's not part of the regular banner cycle.
Yeah.
So
Right.
you'll lose anything that you spend between successful pities.
yeah. So they're
yeah, if go in, aim for pity.
yeah, they go in committed to pull to win. Like if it's the weapon, you're doing at least 90, or not at 90, it's 80 in this game. So you're doing at least 80 pulls, and you can do potentially 160 if everything's terrible for you on the other one.
Because you're not going to keep your 50-50 loss either. So if you pull and you get Kelcharo again, or you get Ling Yanged, like you're not going to keep that Ling Yang for your next set of banner pulls. That's only going to apply to that banner. So
they are baiting you with quite a few free pulls on the character side. I don't think there's any weapon ones rewarded from the event.
for as far as I can see, there aren't. But there's like the free pull count. I think last time somebody tallied up was something like 22.
Yeah, so that's enough to get you in there deep enough that you'll be like, good. I could get
it. I don't think that that's a good idea. I
Yeah.
got too many other things I need to pull for. All of my Astride is earmarked for Lucilla, unfortunately, because I've got to get the Hyuki team turning over.
Yeah, I don't plan to go for anything on the banners unless those free pulls magically turn up a Lucy. Then the plans may get adjusted for weapons. But yeah, I'm glad we're getting Rebecca for free instead of Lucy, because Rebecca's the one I actually want. Even if you can't, she'll only be good for running around.
I'm pretty sure, to be honest, that Rebecca is the fan favorite.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
I don't know anybody that would like Lucy more. Not as
I feel like it's
character.
not an inconceivable that person exists, but Lucy's just no fun. She just mopes all the time. So,
But Rebecca is fun, and unironically the most feminine character in the cast. The crazy machine gun girl. Don't know what that tells you about the universe, but yeah. So, you got any final thoughts on Edge Runners Fall?
I'm not going to watch the sequel.
Yeah.
The sequel. The thing is that like the sequel is like, oh yeah, we're going to write another tragedy, except it's going to be more violent and more bloody and more tearjerkery and more violent and unpleasant in every respect. So basically, they're going full Netflix.
Yeah, double the chrome
no
nipple
interest.
count.
Yeah, I have no interest in it whatsoever.
Yeah.
Like as a primer for the setting, Edge Runners is decent. As a standalone story, it's decent, even if it's not really my kind of story. But it does not inspire me with an urge to sink myself more into that story at all. There are various other media have spun off of it, like comics and so on and so forth. I don't really feel the need to pursue those. Although apparently there is one which is about it's a prequel to Edge Runners, and it's focused on Rebecca and Pilar.
Oh, yeah.
Creepy hands guy.
You creepy hands guy.
They did a shocking death really well. I liked
Yeah.
I let speaking of a certain character, I won't give it totally away, but that shocking death in episode 3 I thought was incredibly well done, especially with Maine present in the background. And the second a character mentions the thing he's yelling at has chrome junk, you see a quick widening of the eyes from Maine because he realizes, oh no, a crazy person that has that much chrome. Oh no. He knows what that means. Maybe you should leave that one boom.
Yeah. All right. I'll check it out. I need to find a more reliable Bob though,
Uh did you use
or I could just borrow someone else's Netflix account. There's that too.
Paul, did you use the Bob I gave you or did you find another way to watch it?
I used the bob you gave me, but I had to play around with the mirrors a bit until I found one that would actually flow.
Yeah, because they're getting slammed
Yeah.
right now. So you have to refresh. I'll give you that Bob. It's the Russian
Yeah, give me that.
Russian version of an old Bob.
Yeah, Russian
Well, it's
Bob.
hosted in Russia.
Yeah, it's in English, but it's hosted in Russia.
Yeah. Or
So
I'll just borrow a Netflix account.
I did watch it in Japanese, and they did elide in the voices most of the Night City slang. It's just gone. It's more or less like, it's not like there isn't slangy speech, but it's not the slangy speech that you're familiar with as being part of that universe. It's just Japanese slangy speech. It's like a Japanese spin on it, I guess. It's not like they didn't loan word it in or anything like that. It's not, at least if it was so distorted that I couldn't pick up on it. But the performance is particularly good. Most of them are familiar performances. Even I can't quite put my finger on where it was. The one that's the most distinctive is probably the Ripper Doc. I can't remember where I've heard him. I heard him very recently as well, but I can't remember where. But yeah, he's quite well acted. But generally speaking, the performances are quite good. Most of the performances are relatively generic. Rebecca's Japanese voice is a lot less nails on a chalkboard than the English one, to my ear. Although I understand that Rebecca's voice is supposed to be kind of nails on a chalkboard, but I found the Japanese far more listenable.
Yeah, Rebecca's voice is if you have not heard the English Rebecca, it's anytime she has to go loud. She sounds fine when she's talking normally. But the second she has to go loud, it is you believe that girl is angry. It sounds scratchy and like she is actually
her voice sort of blows out in the upper register, like it stops working.
Yeah, it just does not work when you get that loud with her, and it adds a certain element to it. But if you just hear it in isolation, it does sound terrible. But in context, it works.
I think it's wrong for context, to be honest, because I think that Rebecca is the sort of person who would augment her vocal cords in order to ensure that she could shout louder at the people she's shooting at.
It's possible.
But yeah, the Japanese VA for Rebecca can bring the lungs. Like, she doesn't blow out in the upper register; she just roars. So yeah, it's quite a good performance. It's quite listenable. It doesn't have the same degree of distinctiveness though, because of the fact that Rebecca's voice does get all husky in the upper register. It's very much more distinctive than most other voice actresses. Was that the Japanese VA is more listenable but doesn't have that unique property.
Yeah. In the English, I actually like her subdued voice a lot. Where she has a casual line delivery that sold it for me, where she's just standing there in her underwear, of course, because this is Edge Runners, in the doorway making fun of David. And when David doesn't know how to respond to her teasing, she just goes, "You're adorable." Like, and the VA delivered it so good. I'm like, okay, you're sold. You're the best girl.
I like you.
Yeah, so many problems would be solved for that crew if David picked the different route.
Like it's not even speculative canon because Rebecca explicitly is telling him everything he's doing wrong at every step. If he goes the Rebecca route and does what she says, everything is fixed.
A lot of her lines in the latter end of the story are her bitching and moaning about nobody listening to her.
Mm-hmm.
She's right.
She is right. If this was if this was a proper old school visual novel, the Rebecca route is the one that is the true ending and the happy ending. The Lucy route is the bad end.
It's Cyberpunk. You don't get a happy ending. There just is no happy ending to be found here.
Which is why there's only the Lucy route.
Yes.
But yeah, we can I think how much longer we got on the WuWa banners? We'll be running around as Rebecca next week.
Like a day.
Yeah. So we'll be running around as Rebecca next week.
Sort of like grinding my teeth together, trying to avoid pulling on the Chisa banner for 12 more hours.
I made it through the P banner. You can make through the Chisa banner. Now, if you have the same mindset when the next P banner comes around, you might be cooked. Or you can't let your Chisa be.
I'm kind of prepared for that. Like the thing is to me, like building Chisa more is like in addition to her being my favorite character, she's also my favorite to play and also the most practical for solo work of any of my characters by far. So there is no amount of investment in Chisa that's a bad investment as far as I'm concerned. It's just that it would get in the way of other investments at this point in time because I also want to invest Yuki and I also need to build up some other teams. So
Basically, get the accounts fully online and operational. Get enough teams and enough investments built up that you can do whatever you want in the game. If you pull on more Chisas, that gets harder.
yes, it delays everything. But like I want to finish off the Hiyuki team. I want to sort of garnish Hiyuki with one or two more wave bands to solidify her performance and longevity, essentially, because I don't want to as long as they are pushing in the sort of like the semi-hard, this is the team composition approach, which that I say semi-hard because they've got variable sub DPS and variable supports of various kinds. As long as they are going down that route, there's still a certain amount of must pulls to support your favorite character type of thing, and so longevity of DPS becomes quite important. You kind of want to make sure that DPS is going to perform for quite a while because otherwise you're going to rebuild a new team underneath them as the development focus moves around. So that's why I'm sort of looking at, okay, so my favorite team is the Hiyuki team. That's the one that I play most of the time. It's the one that I enjoy the most. It's the one that I like the characters the most because both Chisa and Hiyuki are on it. So I kind of want to develop that one further vertically to ensure that I can use it for an extended period of time. But I haven't picked a second for definite vertical yet. Ameth is a strong contender, but I'm looking at Yang Yang, 5-star version Yang Yang that's coming down the line of, oh well, maybe this is also another option. We'll see. The rumors that are percolating around is that the 5-star Yang Yang isn't just like, oh, it's Yang Yang again except 5-star, so much as off screen a bunch of stuff is happening and she's undergone further mutations and further character development as a result of things that have been happening to her while you're off having fun playing in the snow type of thing.
I really hope her English VA has improved. She was one of the bad ones in 1.0.
Very much so.
Well, I mean, it seems as though at least the people doing the ADR have got more experience with what they need to pick up, what they need to look for. It seems like they aren't just tossing the entire job into the VA's bucket anymore,
Yeah.
which is usually the problem with bad voice acting, is that the ADR people think that they can just tell the voice actor to do it and they'll just know how somehow. But
Yeah.
like they do a lot of, like, I know that there's a lot of work goes on, particularly with the Chinese VAs working with the mocap people, so that you can actually pair the vocals with the movements properly, as opposed to, just having to get the ADR to tell you what to do. So like where they do the auto, they do the my understanding is that they do the mocap work after doing a course read of all the lines, and then they do the final read of the lines after they've got the mocap, so that the motions and the reads sort of align with each other properly, as opposed to having to like cold read without visuals, which is probably what was going on a lot early on. But yeah, there are a bunch of resonators coming down the line that Yang Yang and Susi are the ones that most people are fairly confident about, because there's lots of leaked media about them. There are a couple of others as well, but much less is known about them. And I live in terror that Jingran's going to be the support for the Ameth Fusion Burst team, in which case Ameth is going to get put on the shelf as a subprime team until I decide, okay, which team can I get away without having to pull some penis having edgelord to fill out one of the slots.
Yeah. But while they are going on the 2-character partner path a lot for optimal, the partner characters to the main DPS, they've been real good about at least providing some other team they can slot into, or giving them alternate utility, so that they're not a dead pull if you just like the secondary. So it doesn't feel as bad now. We're not in a Peeb Zani situation where the two are made for each other, and never shall they part. Unless you're like me and go S3 on PB because you're insane and you decide to main Peeb.
Well, I mean, I've got Danya and Ameth, and they work well together for Fusion Burst, which is still inferior to the Tune Rupture for single target, but Fusion Burst is equal or better in multi-target scenarios. And so the two of them are enough to make it work when paired with any reasonably solid support. But there is no Fusion Burst support. The optimal team currently uses the stack extension from Chisa, the same way the Glacio team currently uses the stack extension from Chisa as a support slot. There is more mention of Havoc Bane in Hiyuki's kit than there is in Ameth's kit, because Hiyuki's kit mentions it and Ameth's doesn't. So it seems like they wrote those kits with the knowledge that, there's going to be a Havoc Bane applicator available for this team, but there's no other Havoc supports slated as far as anyone's aware, because Yang Yang SP is slated to be Havoc, but is also slated to be a DPS based on leaks that came out a long time ago. They're quite old now, and lots of things can have changed. But then again, there is a Glacio support in Suisui coming out based on that same particular batch of old leaks. So yeah, it's but the only thing we know about Jingran is that he's fusion, which could put him in a fusion support role for Fusion Burst, which would upset me because I don't want to pull Jingran, and I'm not going to. Swimming is Echo support, could be the third slot Echo support, because currently I don't think there is one. But that would mean that you can run Sigrika, Lucilla, Swimming, and then you won't have to worry about having to have a penis haver on the Echo team.
Even just getting Lucilla lets you at least run the teams without a penis haver. You'll have to Storekeeper or Mornier the last slot, but I mean, what you do?
Anyway, so yeah, this is basically the current banner is going to be up for another 12 hours. Then we will go down for maintenance, and then we'll be back up tomorrow with, I think that it's going to launch with the Edge Runners collab. Lucilla's story won't be there on launch; it'll come out a few days trailing. It's going to be a very, very slightly shorter patch, probably for commercial reasons, due to the fact that the banner's going to be more stagnant over the course of the patch. But it's I'm very impressed at the amount of work that they've put in to developing this whatchamacallit, crossover, largely because of how disappointing the crossover was in Star Rail, where they cut corners like nobody's business for some reason. I mean, it's good they dumped a lot of effort into the character design and the Japanese voice acting. At any rate, there's no English voice acting because the English voice actors refused to cooperate because something
One of,
China.
one of them is literally from Taiwan, I think.
I mean, they're tough. It's like they decided to dump their reputation into the toilet. So, like, I mean, because people aren't going to care about that or forgive that. Like, you just deprived the entire English speaking world of your work because of your principled stance, which doesn't really mean a great deal in in the greater scheme of things, because all of this is happening at some other layer. You weren't asked to do anything. You just refused to cooperate because China.
Saber's voice actress is much in a much worse spot, I think, where it was because of the stupid AI writer strike that was going on. Well,
Right,
ostensibly
the
AI
one
writer
that
strike.
accomplished absolutely nothing and
Yeah,
went nowhere
and it blew up
because
in their
none of them had
faces.
the
And
balls to actually do anything.
if they finally came out, what was up with them, and
Oh,
blew up in their faces and ruined every participant's reputation. Yeah, that one.
oh yeah, that one. Ugh. Then they immediately went and started a different strike, and just straight away after.
Well, striking is what unions do.
It is what unions do.
It's in fact basically all they ever do.
Well,
Yeah.
that and eat money.
But yeah, they cut way too many corners on that. I'm wondering if they're going to do it again or if they've learned their lesson. The thing is that I don't think the lesson was very stiff. I don't think that Hoyo gets taught stiff lessons because too much of their player base is undiscerning and don't really care. They'll just, spend money however. There is a shelf life on that type of behavior. As soon as you're unpopular, all those people will disappear. They'll go somewhere else to spend their money. That's probably part of why Hoyo's taken this aggressive approach of starting development on like 15 different games at once, which is commercially a dumb idea, but I mean, there's evidence to suggest that they've done the bookkeeping and that this is actually the highest ROI approach. But that might be a matter of degrees, and it's not going to do much for their reputation. The problem is that reputation isn't everything, sadly. As far as that particular cluttered space is concerned, there's so many low information players. It's sort of it resembles politics in that respect, where it doesn't really matter how big of a bunch of scumbags the Republicans and Democrats are, because most people just don't know anything about it or care anything about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so segueing from we segued from Edge Runners into WuWa, now we might as well segue into HSR. Nothing is going on in HSR right now. I don't think Ari has played the main story. I think he's put this one on hiatus until the next one. Did you say you were going to do that?
Yeah, at least closer to the release day of the next one, because from what you told me, I've got Cyberpunk, the main game is still going through, and the WuWa stuff is all coming up. And Cyberpunk is taking all of my time to choose, like every minute of free time I have, because there's so much video
I
in there.
I think that putting it on the back burner is like this time. It's a hard recommend. Like, Not because it's bad per se. It's short. There's not much of it, so you're not going to end up. Well, I say there's not much of it. There's less of it than a lot of other patches might have. So backburnering it isn't going to cause you to have to do an 8-hour marathon when you come back. And it ends on a hard cliffhanger, which
Yeah.
is really, very jarring because, the hard cliffhanger happens and it's, business as usual in Plan Arcadia between stories, despite the fact that that's actually physically not possible at this point because we're in the middle of stuff happening.
Yeah.
And we're going to pick up with everybody standing where they were standing before, presumably, when we come back to the main story. It was a very strange place to break, and the only reason I can think of for them breaking it there is that the arc that they had written to follow immediately after is too long to tack a meaningful amount of it onto the end of where they currently are. So they just say, look, we've got to clip it here because this is the closest thing to a stopping point we've got in the story. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Like, this is in the story. I'm not going to say anything about the fine grained detail because it would be spoilers, since I'm recommending to put this one off for the time being. But this is the first time I've actually sat down and written out a whole pile of plot notes for HSR. I've never really had to do it before. That it never got to the point where I couldn't keep it all in my head. But there's too many times that I'm going through and I'm like, make a mental note of that because that doesn't make any sense in context. Or, that contradicts directly something that this character said in another scene. Why are they saying that now to this person at this time? What's the purpose of that? And that type of thing. There's a lot of inconsistencies. Like, it's riddled with them at a really high rate, which, leads me to believe there must be some fundamental explanation for it, rather than they did a really, really, really sloppy batch of writing this time, which is still a possibility, but it would be a deeply disappointing one, because a lot of stuff just doesn't quite gel. It's like, well, I mean, either you are hinting at something, or you've gotten your head lodged so deep up your own backside and, have then managed to embed yourself in the fourth wall that you're not actually hinting at anything, you're just sort of making meta commentary, at which point the story is basically over. Like, you can't tell a story in that state. There are a lot of people that try and tell a story in that state and it always goes badly. Like, the one that leaps to mind is Homestuck. Like, it was a really interesting piece of set building and storytelling for a little while once it got out of its cumbersome early phase, but then it sort of, like, as it sort of transcended its own sort of frame to become this sort of like ironic meta commentary on ironic meta commentaries about ironic meta commentaries, the whole thing disintegrated and everybody lost interest. So you don't really want to go down that road. And of all the Hoyo properties, HSR flirts with the meta commentary more than the others. You just don't want to make that your thing. So I'm hoping that the notes that I wrote are about actual things and not about, some all too clever writer, or worse, some all too clever localizer deciding that they need to, put their little stamp on something. Because a lot of stuff just seems kind of weird. And a lot of it does feel like Chekhov's guns that have been laid out and then just left sitting on the table while everybody glances at it meaningfully, type of thing.
Yeah.
Like, there's a particular section where a particular object and or individual and or concept comes from a particular location, and they just comment, person X, object X, concept X has come from concept object person Y, and then they just don't discuss it anymore. And I probably wouldn't have noticed the directionality of that scene if it hadn't been specifically pointed out and then specifically dropped by everybody involved. There's a lot of stuff like that. So, I make a note, okay, this person said this thing and then nobody bothered to address it or say anything else about it. But they didn't need to have that line in there, but they put it in anyway. It would have been completely ignored if it hadn't been there. because you aren't really in a position to note that yourself anyway. You kind of would need to be a person who was actually physically journeying in the region in order to be able to tell the directionality of the scene, because you've just gone around several corners and you're like not really sure what your bearings are. But they comment on that, so there must be some meaning there, and there's a few other things like that as well. The whole there is always going to be kind of a spanner in the works ever since the first chapter, when we learn in the first chapter that the masked fools are so called because they have masks, but the mask can take on a life of its own. Like, whether or not they'll use that one again, or whether or not it's going to be too old hat to use again, still don't know, but it does kind of throw an interpretive wrench in the works of a lot of things in this chapter particularly, but Planet Acadia as a whole. But yeah, so it was interesting. It wasn't riveting in a lot of ways. It's very much, in terms of like narrative thrust, it is very much Blade's story, for basically Blade to move out of the shadows of the person that he's been all this time, where he's basically only got room in his head for one thing, which is to bring an end to himself.
And be the team mom for the Celeron Hunters.
Yeah, everybody loves seeing Blade in team mom mode, but goodness knows Kafka's not suited for it. But yeah, it's the sort of the central narrative thrust is largely around, you know, resolving his story, and there's some neat sort of character stuff between Silverwolf and him that it almost sort of cements him in the parental role in a way. Like, Silverwolf is not copacetic with what is happening, but she ends up in a lot of cases behaving like a forlorn child, which is sort of like, normally she's like brassy and confident all the time, but in this case she can't just sort of like brazenly force her way through everything with hacks, because it's something that Blade's decided to do.
Speaking
It's
of Silverwolf, when you pointed out that she's Rika in the English, I can't unhear it now.
Really?
Really.
Like, that was like, I thought it was really, really obvious, because like
It
this
is.
the
I
memory that was
just
like conjured up from, like, I haven't seen Digimon Tamers in 2 decades, and it was my ear. I listened to Silverwolf in English and said, "Oh, that's Rika."
yeah, that actress has a big range in what she can do, but for Silverwolf she does the Rika voice. And if I don't know why I didn't twig to it until you pointed it out, but every time I think HSR, that's coming to my brain now, especially in her 999 form.
Well, they're very similar characters in a lot of ways.
Like the way she, during her elation attire, she goes, "Feast your eyes, aha." It sounds just like Rika when she's activating a card in the D3 for the Digimon.
I'll take your word for it. I don't intend to play in the English just so I can experience Rika 999, but yeah, that was the first thing that stuck out to me about her voice. I did sort of wonder for a little bit, like, where I had heard it before. I was like, I've definitely heard this voice before. This is like super distinctive, but where was it? Oh, Digimon Tamers, it's Rika. But yeah, probably I've spent the most time idly thinking about HSR this week compared to the other gachas, and that's because it's sort of like standing at a crossroads between sort of like pulling strategies at the moment. So I didn't have the Jade to pull on Evanesia. Evanesia is currently in closed beta, the 3rd best performing team when fully realized. There are various other teams that are around here, and I think Silverwolf is sort of like 3rd or 4th, Silverwolf 999, but has been characterized by like the real theory crafters, the people who spend all of their time doing numbers, as good. Probably not quite as good as Evanesia, because Evanesia is cracked, but probably the best aside from Evanesia, or at least in that class. The problem is actually optimizing Silverwolf 999's play requires so much more thought and care compared to every other competitive team comp that she always underperforms because you're going to make a mistake. Sooner or later, you're going to make a mistake. Simply because you can't see the future and you can't overpower RNG with skill like you might be able to in some other genres. So if something goes wrong and you're going to make a bad decision and it's going to turn out to snowball the wrong direction, and then you're just going to have to restart and mold again. That's the main problem with the Silverwolf team. That said, I play that team because I like Sparksy and Yaguang and Silverwolf, and I want to play characters I like all at a time. So the question is, okay, so at what point do I decide whether or not I want to go vertical? Because going vertical from a gameplay perspective and a using characters that I like perspective, going vertical on Firefly was a great decision. I can apply that team to anything that I want and make magic happen, which is why I'm in Platinum tier again, this Anomaly Arbitration, despite not having any shield characters. That decision worked out for me because I like those characters. I like Firefly, I like Fugue, I like Dahlia, I want Lingsha to get a freaking buff. But that worked out and has made that team super applicable. But it's the only team I've got like it. So, and it's almost complete. Like the only other feasible upgrade at the stage of development to get is getting another Eidolon for Fugue so that she can dance without dance.
I thought you were going to say E6 Firefly.
No, I'm not going to E6 Firefly. I said reasonable.
This ain't WuWa. We don't have that much jade laying around where that's an idea, or coral.
But yeah, so there's not really much more work to be done on that. Once, if I do decide I'll pull the trigger on another Eidolon for Fugue, then basically the only upgrades from there on are Lingsha getting a Nova Flare and her Eidolons gaining enough value to justify incorporating her into the team rather than gritting your teeth and trying to go Stainless and getting Fugue killed in one hit, because apparently dying once doesn't stop you from being Tingyun.
Well, I mean, she did it so much as Tingyun.
Other than that, the only thing to do is mold the Iron Cavalry farming location over and over until I get incrementally better pieces. That's pretty much all that's left. So that team is pretty much done. And, you know, however many patches on from Firefly, she is still getting Anomaly Arbitration Zero Cycle. Although this time I had to do it quite a few times to get the Zero Cycle to land because I kept winding up 3 AV short. But yeah,
I can't even get max stars on all the babies. Silver, the main thing, though.
I think I got 0110 was my turns required for each stage. But that means I was like, okay, so I'm on the precipice now. The next patch, unfortunately, so I have one current team in hand. I have one old team in hand. Both are candidates to go vertical. The current team being Silverwolf 999, the older team being Dot. Those are the ones that I'm currently upkeeping. I don't particularly like Remembrance. I don't particularly like how it plays. The characters are characters that I'm not going to see again for a long time, so it feels kind of weird playing them. And basically, I use them as a gimmick team for when memo sprites are just needed. Or if there's something that just really strongly favors them. But the thing is that the next patch is going to launch 3 new meta teams. So that means that there's 5 teams over the course of this patch and the next that I have to think about how I'm going to act. I could go vertical on Silverwolf, but it's a very difficult team to build. The number of Eidolons is as high as it is for Super Break, which is one of the higher Eidolon teams to optimize. So, and I may end up still botching a lot of runs because I make mistakes. It's not very robust. Compare with Evanesia team. If you go vertical on Evanesia, you can ungebungy your way through anything in game without much effort whatsoever. it's one of the easiest to play relative to the amount of output power. The amount of output power is enormously high for basically autoplay. Don't know about going down that road because I like having Trailblazer as Harmony, and failing that, the next best Trailblazer is Remembrance. So locking Trailblazer into Elation is not something I really want to do. So I'm a bit hesitant to go with Evanescia, because having Trailblazer as Harmony is what gives me my zero cycle anomaly arbitration source right now. I've tried it with Ruanmei, she's just too slow. She doesn't quite add enough punch. She can't dance because she can't generate energy fast enough. Trailblazer has a whole bunch of energy regen built into her kit, so you can use dance a lot, which gives you a lot of uplift. But there are 3 new teams launching in the next patch. The first one being the Saber team getting uplifted. The Saber team in closed beta has gone from being a gag team that you use just because you like Saber to being better than the Evanescia team when used correctly. It's more technically difficult to play than Evanescia, but less technically difficult to play than Silverwolf.
So she's gone from the team you bust out occasionally in Pure Fiction for funsies, when it happens to be applicable, to something actually usable.
The team that can sweep anything in 0 cycles. Like, it's the highest power output team in the game by raw numbers and nothing else. Across when you take into account every mode of play available, because her scaling to AoE is very good. So, and her scaling in single target because she uses bounce is also very good. So yeah, if you're going to go that route, you've got to go whole hog though. Which means go whole Gilgamesh. And I don't really like Gilgamesh. He's kind of a dick. Like, that's sort of his thing. I actually really like Castigil, but I really hate Archigil. Like, Castigil's like all charm, all riz, all the time. But Archigil's just kind of cock.
He's
I kind of don't really want him.
He's very Zashu.
He is very Zashu.
Zashu.
Looks like
But
a bullfrog.
so Gilgamesh's kit is built to work with Sabers. Like, they're built to interlock perfectly, much to Saber's apparent chagrin, because one thing that they're doing in the next collab is that the pairs of characters will have a collab attack that's triggered under certain specific conditions. And Gilgamesh and Saber have one, and the acrimony is very apparent.
Yeah, they don't like each other. In any
Gilgamesh,
canon.
Gilgamesh loves Saber in his unique way.
Almost
Saber
as much as he loves
despises
himself.
Gilgamesh.
Yes.
Saber despises Gilgamesh. So yeah, so that is one option. It's an incredibly powerful team. That, you know, I've already got Saber and her I keep wanting to say craft essence, but it's not a craft essence, it's a light cone. But so it's an option, but I don't like Gilgamesh. So I don't really want to get Gilgamesh and build Gilgamesh. And Gilgamesh, like, hypercarry Gilgamesh is also like comically useless. Like, he's a sad little sub DPS for Saber. Pretty much can't do anything on his own.
Don't you
so that's
get
one team.
The pick tick of the two Iki boys?
Yes, you get a pick tick and you can choose either Archer or Gilgamesh. So the next team that's deploying is the Rin team. There are 2 Rin teams. There is Hypercarry Rin, which is very hard to build, but it can be done and performs when you execute it correctly. I've seen videos of her absolutely annihilating MOC12 bosses in a single shot. But it's difficult to build, and you need to have Saridra and Cyrene.
Probably need
So
E2 Cyrene too.
Probably, yeah.
'Cause
So
she can't turn
it's
on in time for zero cycling without it.
yeah, because there's not enough whatchamacallits, Chrysos ears in that comp. But yeah,
Even
so
without
that
it, you're only at 12 if you only are C0 and you need 24.
but well, some of the low cost players have managed to do some pretty incredible things with very, very careful speed tuning. But so the Rin team is probably out. Now the Rin Archer team has by far the single highest output in the game against a single target. Like Saber's the best across every game mode, but game modes where you can just focus on one target because of like a ads don't matter MOC or a apocalyptic shadow or certain anomaly arbitration bosses, like putting all the damage on one target. The Rin and Archer team is crazy high damage, like just really crazy high damage. That said, I just kind of don't know if I really want to invest in it, because number one, that means, oh well, I have to go all in, pick an eidolon of dubious value for Archer instead of getting Gilgamesh, and have to pull for Rin's light cone. Probably it's quite a good one. It's not a needful one, but it's a good one. It's not like in the adds fundamental functionality to the character tier the way say Hyacinth's is, but it's still quite good. And her model is really pretty. The collab attack with Archer is cool. Her animations are cool, and an act which has caused a huge amount of rage and spurge online, she uses Ishtar's Noble Phantasm as her ultimate. So there's a huge amount of rage about that online, but it's like, since when were any of you people under the impression that Nasu couldn't break the rules?
Like, I'm pretty sure from the very first show we talked about the Nasuverse stories in general and how they're written, we talked about how Nasu's favorite thing to do is spend an exorbitant amount of time explaining rules and why it's a big deal when they break.
Yeah, so the whole point of the Tosaka family is that they are proteges of Zelrich. That's their shtick. The idea was that that they were given the homework project to build a replica of the Jeweled Sword, and that it was assumed that Tosaka was Tosaka Ren was the first member of the Tosaka family who had the skills, the talent, and the will to actually execute on it successfully, to actually finish the Jeweled Sword. And the version of Ren that appears in HSR has the Jeweled Sword, so she's done it. That means to at least some extent she has gained control over the operation of parallel worlds. Once you have a true magic in hand, all bets and rules are off. I'm sorry, it doesn't matter how much you might like them. They're called true magics because they break the law.
The is it the cheater sword that they use in Heavensfield or the real one?
Oh, no, that's not. It's not. As far as we know, it's not projected by somebody, because there's not really like the way they were able to project the sword in Heaven's Feel is because they used Ilya's capacity to relive her past lives to get a good look at it, so that it could be projected. Whereas Ilya is dead in the UBW chronology.
Okay.
So that option is technically not open. That said, I mean, you could conjure up by writing any number of other ways that Shiro could have projected it, but Shiro's not present, and projections don't last. So, yeah. Anyway, although, there's the argument that Shiro's projection is unique, it's not true projection, it's his own special magic, which doesn't have the same time constraints because there's actually substance behind the projections, etc., etc. But basically, what I'm saying is that I can armchair up a way that Rin can operate a parallel version of herself's magic without too much effort, and Nasu has the authority to just snap his fingers and say, make it so. So, yeah.
Didn't she also have a thing in UBW when she used it? This is back in the VN. I don't think it was mentioned in the movie at all. About how the jeweled sword that she uses, the projected one, like tears into her arm and feels like it's ripping her apart every time she uses it.
I don't remember if it was quite like that or not. Especially, it seems odd for a Magus to say that, since that type of pain is normally associated with using magic circuits, and the whole reason that Rin is able to have a showdown with an individual who has tapped the Grail itself for power is simply because the number of output circuits they have is the same. So provided that they both have an unlimited supply of energy, they're fighting on an even playing field. But an unlimited supply of energy being used at full output by somebody with a large number of high quality magic circuits is basically like setting yourself on fire.
Yeah, I couldn't remember if it was a special condition or usual magic circuit pain, because it was been a long time since I read the root, but I do remember
Yeah,
something
it's been
like
a long
that.
time since I read it as well, but I haven't even watched it recently. I have it on Blu-ray, but I haven't watched it since I haven't watched it since I saw it at the cinema, in fact. But yeah, there is any amount of fan wank you could come up with to justify it, so it's not worth people having an argument about it. People are mad, but you know, Ishtar's Noble Phantasm is way cooler than anything a regular Magus can do. So who cares?
But we have Rin at
But
home
yeah,
in WuWa. She can make a moon.
I mean, yes, she can make a moon, but anyway, I mean, depending on which one you class, I suppose it depends on which one you decide to class as Rin at home, because I mean, I also have Rin at home.
Oh, you have the voice of Rin at home.
Yeah, but
How tall is Carlotta
but
compared
yeah,
to you know?
why are people always doing this to my girl?
Because I must
I'll
know.
stand uphill of you.
Okay, the lower hill to make you feel better. Even
But
with the hill advantage, you are still like half a head shorter.
But yeah, so Rin and Archer's kits are designed to work together. There's a certain amount of finesse required to play them correctly, because you kind of need to have quite a short loop of build up SP really quick, dump them all with Archer, and then have Rin follow immediately afterwards. So it's a team that will require extensive molding over speed tuning, and I don't even have a good set for Archer yet. Archer's using cast-offs at the moment, and of course you need to have Sparkle, and my Sparkle is only E0 with a poverty light cone. So I'm sort of behind the 8 ball on optimizing that team. I do really like Rin, and her design is really, really nice. The question is whether I think that going all in on a quantum single target team is a good thing for the future of my account.
Is
Questionable.
Sparkle's light cone? She's not free, is she? She was just on the selector that
No,
we got last time.
she was on a selector, but I used that selector to improve my dot team, since my dot team was carrying me at that point in time because of that giant poo boss.
Oh, that one.
Poo boss.
I call it the
What do you
poo
wanna
boss. I don't
know?
know what else to call it. Well, I don't. I mean, what would you call it, Aristeel?
Uh,
Because you knew what I was talking about.
Yeah, well, it's because it's colored like poo, and it's got the most horrifying face of all. I'll find a picture. Hang on.
Oh dear.
I think it's called Judge of Oblivion.
Hang on.
It was designed to be utterly hideous.
They succeeded?
Yeah.
They did.
Not as bad as the Nightmare Rabbit, but
But
that's an artwork image. Where's its horrifying 3D model in game?
Anyway, so yeah, I'm sort of questioning that. Now, the third team being introduced in the next patch is Himiko's team. Himiko's team being the Astral Express team. Now, as far as putting penis havers on a team, I give members of the Astral Express a free pass because they're like main cast members. I'm not concerned about that. That would be like, refusing to put Joshua in your Trails party because he's a guy. Doesn't make sense.
I refuse to put Joshua in the party because he breaks the game.
That's a different line of reasoning entirely. So yeah, I don't mind that. Plus, I like Himiko. I like her design. I think she's got an incredibly pretty design. Also, she has a giant robot.
I'm just gonna
And
be so mad.
like the optimal support for her at present is C4 Welt. So my Welt is not C4. However, Welt will probably eventually be C4 because I lose all my 50/50s. And Welt is on my 50/50s loss list. So
But she likes
it's
you.
actually, and of course, Golden Spirits are able to purchase copies of Welt. So Welt gets a pass because he's an old man, and he's like Honkai Impact character, and generally speaking, he's quite a cool and likable guy. He doesn't get very many aura moments because he's sort of a has been. Like he's always looks young in designs, but that's largely because he has to keep throughout the course of the Honkai Impact story, he has to rebuild his body from scratch a couple times. But I think he was actually born in the 1930s or something, and he's actually really really old. Although it's sort of implied in a few various ways that he might have been cloned at some point or something. I'm not entirely sure of the timeline. The timeline of the Honkai Impact world is very complicated because the world is cyclical and it's also very, very similar to our own. So which version of the cycle overlays directly onto the history we understand is not very clear. But yeah. That, and of course Astral Express members are kind of dime a dozen. The thing is that if you go vertical on Himiko, then eventually with Eidolons, her optimal support will become Blade, the new version of Blade,
Oh no.
which I'm definitely not going to pull for. And of course, there's a lot that you don't know about what Astral Express members there might be in the future. When I say go vertical, I mean that Himiko's verticality is like Acheron's, and that like her E2, your burden of requiring Astral Express members gets alleviated somewhat. So rather than needing 3, you need 2, or whatever. No, hold on, no, it's not like that. It's the turn timing mechanic changes so that those who aren't members of the Astral Express don't get left behind the door. Because she grants extra turns as part of her core mechanics. Because she doesn't, as a party member, she doesn't fight all that much. She basically pilots the robot and gives abilities to her teammates, and also extra turns to make up for the turns that they're using her abilities rather than using their own. But if you don't use Astral Express members, they don't get the turns to do that, and her E2 disables that restriction, so you can play a non-Astral Express team with Himiko. But of course, I'm not going to have the resources to go deeply vertical on Himiko right away. It might take some time for that team to come to maturity. But since she's a major cast member, it's also likely that team has significantly better longevity than the other two teams.
And more people can get on the
So-
choo-choo train.
Yeah, more people can get on the choo-choo train. And everybody's been talking for goodness knows how long now about a Sunday Nova Flare, because Sunday sort of lost a certain amount of his relevance since Memo Sprite sort of took a back seat. Then again, I don't think that that's necessarily going to be the case, because all of the rumors at present suggest that Robin SP is going to be a Memo Sprite character of some kind, though the way in which that's expressed is not very clear at this stage. So yeah, I'm not sure what direction I'm going to go with that. It's all very, yeah. I mean, the easiest thing for me to do is to double down on Silver Wolf right away, but the problem with that is I'm just not really that comfortable with Elation as a mechanic. Like, it seems like it's just not going to like, teams focusing on Elation seem like they're just not going to perform all that well when Elation is no longer, shield actively. Whereas the Memo Sprite teams have retained their position simply by being tougher than every other team. So things that mess with your HP just don't bother them all that much. Other teams have like fallen off violently, even though you would expect them to have longevity. Like Herta's team seemed really generic. Like, oh, all you need is a bunch of erudition characters to support her, and she'll be fine. But they didn't supply her with any like tailor-made supports. Like they thought Anaxa was going to be that, but Anaxa turned out to be better played as a hyper carry than as a supporter for the Herta, and because she was too generic and had too many options, none of those options were allowed to be too good. So her longevity was just not that great. So a certain amount of specificity seems to pay off. Yeah, so I don't really know what I'm going to do. I don't really know what I'm going to do at all. A lot of it will depend on, it seems to me like there's a missing fourth slot in the Silverwolf team, which has probably got to be filled by Pearl or Nihilux. But we don't know anything about those, and there is no rumors either. So, yeah. Don't know what I'm going to do there. It's all up in the air. Still pondering about it. I could just crack the wallet and do all of them. That's the option they want you to pick.
That is the option they want you to pick. That is, yeah, don't do that. That's hell of Leviathan born.
I don't intend to do that. But but yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do. Like I don't if I decide to I'm going to pull for Rin because I like Rin in the next patch. Well, that basically means Himiko has to be put on the back burner, and that I've got to basically scrap getting Gilgamesh for the sake of collecting and go down the Archer route, get an Idol of Archer instead. Then again, there might just be no reason to rush because they might be forever banners again, for all we know.
It also, you got to think you're building these characters in the context of like platinum anomaly arbitration, zero cycling. If you just want to get them to be functional, you don't have to.
Well, I mean, what the reason why I'm not attempting to make any decisions now, even though there's a Yaoguang banner that I'm interested in getting Eidolon for Yaoguang from, is because I want to see what the difficulty level is going to be like for the new final stage that they're introducing to all the in-game modes, and the types of things they're going to require us to do. Like, for instance, if Shiyu Defense and ZZZ had been the way it is now since the beginning, the way people prioritize pulls would be very different. Because you now know that in Shiyu Defense, you need to always be able to hit all the targets and front load damage from the beginning of the fight. You can't build up. So the pulling logic is a little bit different there. So I don't really know what sort of constraints might end up getting placed on the new game mode. Well, the extension to the game modes in the 3 primary in-game modes for Star Rail. So I kind of want to look to see, well, what are they actually planning to do here? What shill is there? How much shill is there? How much do these stages depend on gimmicks versus core team setup? How powerful do your 3 teams need to be able to credibly complete this and get all of the jades available? Because that's the core, right? You want the jades. That's the line you've got to get across. Getting a 0 cycle on anomaly arbitration is just gravy. But getting across the line is the important part first.
You really need that whatever that currency is to let you buy pom-pom outfits.
The thing is that I like pom-pom's base outfit the best. So I never use any of the other outfits I have for pom-pom.
I think the gaudy gold one they added is just ridiculous enough that I could not put him in it.
I've been tempted. Yeah, I've got a huge wad of that currency because I have been able to get a few 0 cycle anomaly arbitrations, but I haven't spent most of it. I did get those silly streamer cat ears. I don't use them, but I did get them.
I put them on for a week and took them off and put the Laurel back on. They're too ridiculous.
I was tempted by the loading sign, but I did not give in.
Yeah.
But,
well, that one costs money.
A pair of raccoon ears. Please tell me there's a pair of raccoon ears.
A pair of fox ears.
There's Evanesius fox ears and there's a raccoon mask, but there's no raccoon ears.
Or fox bunny ears.
No, there's a particular type of fox has elongated ears like that, I believe.
Possibly, but whenever I see him, I still think bunny ears.
Well, that is a gag that is used repeatedly. They weren't actually like explicitly fox ears in Honkai Impact Third on Yai Sakura. Um, not certainly not fox ears the way Yai Miko has fox ears, but they were actually an attribute of her being gene spliced with a Honkai beast, which had various physical effects on the characters amongst the in the Moth program. And having those sort of antennae ears is what it did to Yai Sakura. But they've just decided to unilaterally call them fox ears in Honkai Star Rail because that was what was supposed to be the theming behind the Yai sisters anyway. So yeah, anyway. So other than me ruminating, there's nothing much happening in Star Rail this week. Moving on to
Before you jump into Genshin, there's one more thing in Star Rail we can mention that is in the email, and Genshin's in the email. Might want to interject the email.
I haven't done the event yet at all. Haven't touched it. Haven't looked at it.
Okay. I have
I've
done
heard
the
it's
event.
like 30 minutes long.
Yeah, I have done the event. I don't remember a bit about the story, so I can't even spoil you if I wanted to. And the event is, well, the email will comment. Let me make sure there's no story
I'm
spoilers in the email.
I'm expecting it's going to be based on what people have said about it. I'm expecting it's going to be a lot like some of the other events where they're like 30 minutes of gameplay that basically does it for you, and you
Yeah.
can't fail.
I say I did the event. I had it on the other monitor while I was playing Cyberpunk.
I don't know why they feel the need to do this. I mean, I know that the quote fandom unquote is unbelievably toxic, but surely it's okay for them to have to retry once in a while, right?
No, you don't
Like
even have to make decisions. They highlight the correct decisions for you.
I have never seen the fandom, when I say fandom, I mean the part of the fandom that actually plays Star Rail, so engaged as they were when they released that mini combat event with the really weird constraints on combat.
Mm-hmm.
Like the one where it can only take a certain number of hits rather than hit point damage and that type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like that was when I saw the community at its most engaged with the game.
They got to bust out characters they don't normally use and actually play the video game. Yes.
Yeah, for reasons other than the story. Like people were actually engaged with that. And they never did it again. They're avoiding it like the plague.
Mm-hmm. Could use it as a marketing vector to just resell old characters, but nope, not allowed to do that.
There must be some layer of the player base that is just unbelievably toxic about challenge.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't really run into these people directly since in my feed I mainly get autistic theory crafters and gender specials are the only slices of the community that show up in my feed. The autistic theory crafters because they are the ones who chase leaks the most, and if you have any interest in leaks at all, the algorithm will pick up on it and start to feed you the theory crafters. And the gender specials because there's just so many of them. My goodness.
Social media do seem to pull them.
But
or make them, I'm starting to think, rather than attract them.
The thing with the gender specials is they don't play the game.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't really have any comments on challenge or anything like that. But I don't know where it is that this layer of toxicity comes from that forces them to like ditch anything remotely interesting as soon as it becomes apparent that it will require you to try more than once. But I guess that this is just an echo of the same phenomenon that caused, I don't know if it's still like this or not, but those parts of World of Warcraft's history where it was just like mind-blowingly simple.
Mm-hmm. They have reached a level of simplicity with this event that it looks complicated if you read anything, but they highlight.
All I had seen was the screenshots of it, and it looked like there were lots of things at play.
You could make those decisions, but the game's going to highlight the correct ones.
I don't understand why they do this, but they do keep doing it. Somebody's applying pressure there because I think that I think that this doesn't seem like game designer behavior.
Mm-hmm. I was not happy about this event. Just I can't hide it. This event was terrible. It felt like work. And it wasn't
Well, I
even
mean,
long work. It was like not even an hour of work, and I still hated it.
Well, I mean, I didn't feel quite so violently, but I did feel similarly about the Bootopia event. That just turned into a chore within about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And it was long. But that was the same thing, right? Like, it was designed to baby you through it.
Yeah. It's like
It wasn't autoplay, but
with
this is the same as with the restaurant, right? The restaurant also, well, actually, it was technically possible to fail at the restaurant. You could make bad decisions. You could not be attentive enough to what was going on, and until you had like played far enough to automate everything, you could technically fail it.
Could you? Like, I knew you could not be
Like,
optimal in it, but could you fail it?
well, I think you could. I think that you could. I think that you could fail to meet your goals and have to do more stages or something. I'm not 100% sure.
I see.
I'd have to go. If it's still in the game, I might go and poke at it and see if you can actually land on a fail state. But yeah, it doesn't seem like developer behavior though, right? It doesn't seem like something a game developer would naturally do. It sounds like the sort of thing a game developer puts in under protest because the marketing person says you have to.
Mm-hmm.
Because generally speaking, people go into game development, like actual game development, in order to create challenges to be overcome, not in order to be the person that made mixed tape.
Yeah.
But
I think the reason this event in particular stuck out as bad to me more than Bootopia. I wasn't a super fan of Bootopia either. Didn't like that, and it
yeah, I
felt
didn't
like a
actually
chore.
hate Bootopia. I just didn't develop any feelings for it, which was a red flag to me.
But there are two things I think that make this event worse to me. Number one is the Bang Boos are characters in the game that we know. That they've been around forever. Everybody loves the Bang Boos. The Bang Boos are cute. And seeing Bang Boos do Bang Boo things is still watching Bang Boos do Bang Boo things. So there's some engagement on that level. The other thing is Bootopia is a foundation they can build on. You can go more than that. I don't get these are pixelated ships in an auto battler in 1v1s. So okay. And it's there does not feel like there's anywhere they can go with this.
The thing that makes the least sense about it to me is that the entire quest about the pixel ships in the game before was a reference to shmups.
Yeah, and it was an okay quest.
So why is it an auto battler?
Yep.
If the entire thing was like an allusion to Toho.
Yep.
Like the ships were supposed to be Reimu and Marisa, except as ships.
That's okay. Color variant of the Marisa ship gets reused at the end because we got to have a raccoon ship.
Like it just seems like somebody in that team has authority and is the wider audiences person. And by wider audiences, they mean drooling retards.
Yep.
Everything needs to cater to drooling retards. But yeah, I mean, there is a certain amount of gameplay in fussing about with your anomaly arbitration until you get your zero cycle, but I don't know how long that's going to hold out, because the only time combat is interesting is when they do things like adding special rules.
Yeah.
But for some reason, they're scared to do that. You know how many times I had to fail at those tasks before I managed to pass them? There are still some that I didn't manage to do because I just didn't have characters that I felt could do it, and I didn't want to spend, an excessive amount of time trying to luck my way into success. I managed to devise ways to get through most of them, but I was engaged with it for an extended period of time, fiddling around with the mechanics and trying to adjust teams, rebalance teams, try combinations that I hadn't tried before. You know, the stuff you would normally expect to want your players to do?
Yeah, the stuff in a turn-based game that is the gameplay.
But they seem to be scared to do it. And it's not like that's harder to do than create a whole bunch of additional assets, create a whole bunch of additional sort of like engine plugins and stuff. No, all that stuff is there already. You have your freaking combat engine. This is a standard turn-based combat engine. All you need to do is play around with the numbers until you find an interesting combination, and then give it to the players and say, "Have at." This it's not hard. It's not even resource intensive, really, but they seem to be scared to do it. Like, what if we make it too hard? Is it going to be backlash?
Hmm?
Well, I mean, the last time it seemed to work out pretty well. Like I said, I didn't clear all of them, but I got all of the jade, so it wasn't a problem for me in terms of account development. And if I have a good idea, I can go back and try it again, and get the last few whatevers. Like, it was probably like resources for building up relics or whatever. Like, there's just doesn't seem to be any obstruction between them and doing more of that content, and expanding on that content as a means of developing their combat system to be more interesting than it is. Like, there's all these pros, basically no cons, and they won't do it. So that suggests to me that there must be a marketing thing at play.
Yep.
They think that this is counter marketing. Anyway, that's obnoxious and stupid. Genshin. Nothing is happening in Genshin, and I seriously mean nothing. Like, nothing. There's nothing there. There's still a backlog of a few side quests in the new region for me to do, and of course my usual backlog of Aranara bullshit and radioactive Inazuma bullshit that needs to be done. That's
You
sitting
can
there.
name any Naranara without getting your headache. You're doing well.
But there's no like events or anything. Like, there's just the same ones running from last week that are still tailing off. It's not that they were bad, like it was fun enough at the time, but it wasn't a huge amount of content. I'm not willing to lean too hard on Genshin to criticize that, simply because I have plenty of other things to do right now. But it is still a fact that there is nothing much going on there, and nobody cares about Lowen. I'm sorry, you failed to promote this character. Period. End. Nobody is talking about it. I think that Lowen's probably going to be a record-settingly bad banner performance. And then
Yeah.
all the people who said, "Oh, we want more male characters," will go silent for another season until it's been a while since we had male characters. All eyes are currently on the upcoming Sandrone and the and Yaimiko, oddly enough, because Yaimiko's always had the most headroom to fulfill her destiny, as it were, since she's always been quite bad, and people only pull her because they like the character.
Or you're us early in the days and we didn't know better. We just wanted an Electro player.
I pulled her because I like the character.
That
Like,
was-
in terms of Electro application, I was fine with Fischl, but I like Yaimiko. So, or I hate Yaimiko. I don't know. Like, I'm not sure.
I want to see.
I don't know whether I love her or I want to strangle her.
I want to see more Goro and Yaimiko interaction, or lack of interaction, as it would be. That gag is still funny every time it comes up.
But yeah, with her getting some kit improvements to work with Stellar Conduct, there's a lot of interest in how she will play out in the end, whether she'll have any longevity or whether she's just going to be, around for a heartbeat until she gets immediately replaced by another Electro character who is purpose built for Superconduct rather than just retrofitted for it. But yeah, there's been a lot of bickering about whether Sandrone is any good or not. But the same thing happened before Enefa came out, and when that's the case, things tend to sway wildly to one side or other. They'll either be the most game breaking character to ever be released, like Enefa, or they'll be a totally inconsequential character. One or the other. Hard to say which it will be. So yeah, that's what people are waiting for. People are also really annoyed that if you get Sandrone to C6, she gets to shoot a laser. But if you don't get her to C6, she doesn't shoot lasers. People were very
That's
rustled about
annoying.
this.
I can understand why.
But I mean, I can understand, I guess, but I mean, you've got to put something in there for C6 to get people to want to go that far down the thing. I mean, Sandrone has fans, but I don't know how many C6 tier fans she has. And
Yeah.
the usual bickering about the fact that that she's got a new robot now, not Polonia. Did everybody miss the part where Polonia got 86'd by Dottore? Like, I don't know. Anyway, so not much going on there. ZZZ is holding its breath.
Not this week, but next week is the patch drop.
Is it? Normally there's a full week. I didn't check what the dates were.
Oh,
Normally there's a full week after the show, because the previous show was last night.
I believe
slash
so,
this morning.
unless I'm misremembering banner length.
Yeah, all of the gachas have shaken up their normal deploy dates over the past patch.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. Is there some like public holiday in China or something? I don't know. But yeah. So I haven't had time to sit through the stream. I've looked at the Cliff's notes of it, but mostly it's what we normally expect from ZZZ. There's not really much in the way of groundbreaking stuff. Just, a few little optimizations, quality of life improvements, etc., plus your core content. It looks like there's a lot of design work has gone into sort of like exploration gameplay mini games and so on and so forth, and very, very, very heavily Bangbu themed. Lots of Aeus in a jetpack type of things.
Yeah, this is what I meant by they can build off what they did before in Bootopia. Bootopia not great, but if it gets us Aeos in the jetpack and we're able to go somewhere with this, okay, that's a step in the right direction. If you're going to use this mode, still loosely tied to the main gameplay of the game, and now you're giving me a jetpack.
Jetpacks make everything better.
Mainly, I was mad at Bootopia for not having multiplayer, because it seemed like it would be like, there's nothing to balance. We could just make it multiplayer then, right? No, let's just not.
No, they're still working on that netcode.
But yeah, there's a lot to see, but there's a lot to do. It looks like, but there's not really much worth commenting on in the sense that it was mainly them teasing things and then not spoiling for once. The trailer has a lot of content in it, which could be because it's Hoyo classified as spoilers. So as always, you have to be careful with Hoyo trailers, because sometimes they'll just come right out and spoil the entire plot in the first 10 seconds of a trailer. So
how you do that,
if you have a high spoiler sensitivity, then you probably want to avoid them. If you have a middling spoiler sensitivity like myself, who absolutely detests spoilers, however spends all of their time theory crafting and desperately wants to know whether they're on the right track or not, then maybe you can tolerate them. If you don't care about spoilers, you know the plot already because this stuff always gets leaked. But I have managed to avoid it. So yeah, anticipating ZZZ eagerly. I wonder if I can get a day off from work to play, because the boss desperately wants me to put more people on leave, and I need a team at the bench to do work, and I have the most leave banked up. So I have 85 paid days of leave.
Good grief.
Take a season off and tell the boys to figure it out and turn the phone off. When you come back, the lab will either be burned down or somebody will have stepped up.
Possibly both.
Or, yeah, possibly both.
Someone just stepped up and burned the lab down.
Maybe they'll call me saying that they're desperate and give me a fat raise.
Oh, they'll say they're desperate, but they won't give you the raise.
Well, they can be desperate then, that's fine.
Yeah, when you hang up and they immediately call you back, they're like, no, wait a minute, we can talk about this.
The power is in my hands now.
The accountants at my company have a very strange relationship with money. It's almost like they don't care about money as much as they care about columns lining up.
This tracks
probably accurate, actually.
Yeah, this tracks with accountants and money people.
Anyway, yeah, so that's ZZZ. There's lots of stuff happening, of course, in terms of like, Velena's coming out, and that's going to, upset the apple cart in a variety of ways.
Please make Jane OP. Please make Jane OP. Please make Jane OP.
From what I've heard, she is a big uplift to Jane, like a really big uplift to Jane. Like the the anomaly character that makes Jane like properly anomaly sort of thing,
Yeah, instead of her
as
weird,
opposed to being attack in the weird class.
yeah, an attack that chain pops assaults and disorders with the weird crit mechanic. Now, what if we apply that weird crit mechanic to a mechanic that isn't necessarily built to crit?
I don't know if that's survived yet. I haven't been keeping tabs on the beta for ZZZ because I don't understand ZZZ mechanics well enough to understand them. But yeah. I don't think Valina's kit has changed very much from what we expected it to be. It's more or less stable at this point. It's just a debate over numbers, I think. And yeah, Valina's just very distracting anytime she's on screen.
Now
She's a very pretty lady.
if you run the Valina Jane team, you are distracted from both halves of women at all times. You will be rapidly switching between them. Like you will get jiggling from the front and the back. We are not beating the allegations, folks.
ZZZ's never been very good at beating the allegations.
Well, yet Hari exists. Her trailer exists.
Yeah, I haven't seen anywhere near as much footage of Normu. She's Norma in English. I got to remember that. In the Japanese, she's called Normu, and in the English, she's called Norma. Not really sure why. It might just be even a quirk of the people saying it. Not even sure. But yeah, for certain obvious reasons, there is less footage around of her. I think that her banner is probably likely to perform quite poorly simply because people are not that sanguine about more pint-sized fire stunners, because pint-sized fire stunners seem to have, the life expectancy of a leaf in a bonfire, in terms of their relevance to the meta.
Yeah.
Like, there is no question that you can use Fufu. And in fact, I do use Fufu all the freaking time. However, Dylan exists, and Dylan has completely demolished the stun archetype.
If you're going
if
you're going for score molding, Dylin is the pick for stunners if you got her. If you got Fufu though, and that's all you got, I still use Fufu just because she's more placable to use than like things like the Evelyn team, which uses a lot of hot swapping and doesn't want a character like Dylin to sit on the field forever. Fufu works great there. There are teams that Fufu still has a house. If we keep adding more midget fire stunners, I don't know how long the little house that Fufu has is going to stay, though, because we just are getting a lot of them.
Well, see, the thing is that Norma is kind of... See, people are sort of side-eyeing her because her kit seems kind of pointless. It's basically, she's Fufu, but doesn't do Aftershock and does do more total DPS. And otherwise has all the same sorts of benefits that most stunners, modern stunners do. Except she's not Dylan. So, yeah, like, it's basically you're pulling Fufu again for a slightly different purpose.
Yeah.
Less emphasis on Aftershock and swapping, more emphasis on doing damage while on field, and then continue to do damage off field type of thing. Like, you leaning into damage as a stunner is sort of kind of not really a great idea. Like,
you don't want your stunner Trigger kind DPS.
Kind of does that, and Trigger is basically only good in teams that are designed to work with Trigger specifically.
Yeah, you don't want to do that also, because if you lean too hard into it, you start needing to power creep your DPS, and things get out of hand pretty quick after that.
Well, you don't merely need to power creep your DPS. You also have to power creep your stunners, because nobody can afford to take the DPS hit to their stunner slot anymore.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Fern, just so you got context for something we're going to talk about in ZZZ over the coming weeks, because you're going to be totally clueless if you haven't played it. There's a DPS archetype called Anomaly, where you build up a debuff on the enemy, and once the bar fills up, it pops and does something. Usually damage, might do something else too, but usually just damage.
Yep.
If there's a new anomaly attribute coming called Wind that interacts with other anomalies and does special things when you build up Wind with another anomaly applied to the target. And specifically, what we were talking about earlier with why I'm excited for Valina to break Jane, the dodge rat that does physical damage, is because Jane has it in her kit that she forces anomalies to crit.
Oh, I see. Okay, I get where you're going now.
And so now we get double crits,
Yes.
assuming that makes it
Like
to
I said,
live.
I'm not convinced that will make it to live. But then again, there's no reason why it couldn't, because Jane is not exactly the latest character, and you can extend her banner longevity if you give her something that makes her the new hotness for a bit. Because people are
Yeah.
going to try all the anomaly characters with Valina when she comes out to see which ones perform and which ones get a good uplift, etc., etc. Like some of them just don't perform well. Like Miyabi doesn't really have any synergy whatsoever with Valina. Like you're much better off using like Yuzuha and Nangong with her.
Yeah, about to say.
It just makes more sense.
Miyabi got another friend recently that keeps her alive, so she doesn't really need it.
On the other hand, people say that Grace works really well with Valina.
Your girl.
Not my girl. I haven't pulled a Grace in ages. Because I keep getting freaking Lycaon.
At least she's not telling you you'll have an amazing Grace when you lose the 50-50 on the character and the ball to Grace and her ball.
Unfortunately, while I haven't been pulling Grace, I have been pulling Fusion Compiler over and over.
Yeah, she's finding a way.
For Fern's sake, Fusion Compiler is Grace's signature weapon.
It's her ball.
It's a ball.
But
Yes.
yeah, it's I haven't upgraded my Grace to the new upgraded version yet and tried it out because she's still kind of underperforming. But yeah, I guess I didn't have Nangong at the time, and once I've got Nangong and Valina and Yuzuha around, I might have a play around some mixing and matching to see what actually works. Although I probably need all new discs for her these days. I don't know what you build on Grace.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's not like there's any other Electric Anomaly characters. There aren't any, right?
I don't think so.
I think Seed is attack and Sanbi is attack and Trigger is stun and Haramasa is attack and
It's his
Chingy is
attack.
stun and what's her name? Booby Lady is support. They're mainly attackers.
Grace is the Yanagi.
Oh right, Yanagi, the Miyabi pet that is basically just designed to work with Miyabi, and her mechanic has not been really propagated to anybody else at all.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically it seems like she was sort of like the prototype for a Bloom or something.
Mm-hmm.
But designed to work with Miyabi by explicitly being disorder. Like a Bloom exists because they didn't want to make Miyabi stronger. But yeah, Yanagi hasn't had a banner in a while. I don't think I would pull on it either because I don't think it's very. Is there a dog barking?
Yeah, it's Fern.
There is. I'm surprised that's actually being picked up. I will go and silence the beast.
We need to get rolling
But,
anyway because we're at 3 hours.
Well, I'm at the end. I'm at the end of what I was going to talk about. But yeah, so yeah, I'll call it good there. That the event is not over in Blue Archive yet, so I don't have final thoughts on the way it played out. But it is very silly. User had to get in the robot.
You mentioning Blue Archive to me over the past week, on and off, like the only thing it did for me was put Reese's Puffs back in my head.
Well, that's hardly my fault.
And it has lived there for like 3 days now on loop in my brain. I don't usually mind when a song gets stuck in my head, but because of the particular version of that Reese's Puff song that has CPR mixed into it, it's not something that's as pleasant to get stuck in my head as a more generic song.
Anyway, I don't have anything else to talk about.
Right. Wait till Fern gets back to do the email. Actually, it's mostly Doom and the stuff we just talked about. So do the email now because Fern might have stuff to say about Cyberpunk when I talk about my week.
Where is my window for that? I can't find it. Here we go.
Your head is too big.
I guess we just wait for Fern to successfully mollify his dogs.
So yeah, since that could be a minute, yeah, the slight tangent while we wait on Fern to get back. Uh, that relates to what we were saying before. I really wonder with Star Rail because the in-game modes and like the reason I pulled for Evanescia was because not necessarily because I wanted to use her in the in-game modes, but because I use her a lot in Currency Wars. And I think your characters carry their stats and eidolons over into that. I'm to some degree.
They do.
Yeah.
It tends to get swamped pretty quickly, but
Yeah.
eidolons do tend to be worth quite a bit there. Like that's why I was able to romper stomp my way out of the ranks by emphasizing pull Firefly at all costs because Firefly's eidolons carry on quite strongly into Currency Wars.
Yeah. And it makes Aggie even more cracked when keeping her energy up is already easy in Currency War, downright trivial. Don't even have to worry about getting it off the ground with her Eidolon. But yeah, I wanted a Evanescia there just because it feels weird using the rental ones, and sometimes it feels like the base power of the rental ones just really is lagging because I don't have a lot of Eidolons in Star Rail. I have like Aggie.
But the base power is sort of like roughly where rental characters normally are for the most part. Like it's sort of a bit hard to gauge because Currency Wars characters have additional abilities baked into their passives, but generally speaking, you're dealing with a character who has basically everything raised to about 80% of what an optimal character would be. So it's definitely like a fifth weaker than it would be if you actually had the character, you'd actually geared the character and you'd tilted the stats in the direction that you wanted as opposed to just scaling up their base, etc.
Yeah. And
But
that
yeah,
matters with some of the characters a lot, particularly when it comes to speed. Some of the characters, it just feels like the rentals don't have enough. But as soon as I got Eminesia, and because I was already using her rental a lot in Currency Wars, getting her, I noticed immediately the speed and the starting power of her was way more acceptable, even at a higher difficulty. So that was. I'm glad I got her. I got really lucky on her banner, and I know it's going to come back to bite me somewhere. I don't know where yet, but I'm hoping not WuWa. WuWa, I actually could probably take the biggest hit in WuWa, but I still don't. I still got too many characters I want to get in this game. But yeah, Star Rail's in a position where this every time they do something that doesn't add more gameplay of the base game to Star Rail, it makes me wonder if they remember they made a turn-based JRPG and that they're selling characters to play in a turn-based JRPG.
yeah,
Because
I'm not. I'm thinking like at the moment I'm sort of like leaning more down your line of thinking that the thing that's holding it back is that it's a turn-based game and that because of that they kind of don't think of it as a game and more importantly they are aware that a lot of their player base doesn't think of it as a game. As such, they don't try and get good at it at all, and it's basically just a footnote the fact that there's gameplay at all in some respects.
yeah, and even though it is turn-based, I don't disvalue turn-based as a method of play at all. The decision-making process is still gameplay, but they just don't lean into it and don't let you use the characters you play. You can't use them in story, and so your only
Yeah,
options are in
I
game
put
and currency
that
wars.
I put that in every freaking feedback as well. Like that you need to double down on your core gameplay. You need to stop fussing about with pointless mini games and double down on your core gameplay, because there's your basic system is so rudimentary that you've got almost infinite headroom to move into if only you would just choose to do it. It's not like ZZZ where the core gameplay is relatively solid. And if you regard the core gameplay of Genshin to be the exploration, then that's relatively solid as well. The combat is certainly pretty freaking shonky. Could do with some cleaning up, but it's probably too late for that. But the core of the turn-based mechanic is like basically unused at anything more than the most fundamental level at this point. And there's no reason why that should be the case. There's no reason at all. They just haven't delved into it, and I think it's because they themselves don't really rate it as a gameplay mechanic.
Mm-hmm.
Or then again, it could just come back to the same thing that I was saying before, that there's somebody in marketing who just says you aren't allowed to make this difficult or interesting. It needs to be the heat sink, which picks up all of the useless people in the community who aren't good at games, don't want to be good at games, but do want to have, first say about everything that happens in games.
Right. I don't really want to get in that tangent right now. It's mostly just stalling for Fern.
Yeah.
Because we got an email.
We do.
So, Vol, you got it pulled up?
I do have it pulled up. Hold on, my tinnitus just went off. I can't hear anything.
That's a problem.
Okay, that's better. It only happens once every couple of weeks, but it's like a gong gets rung in my ear, and then I can't hear anything for a while. I don't know what causes it. Tinnitus is a neural problem. There's nothing to do about it. Anyway, the email goes thusly. Dear No Excuses, I haven't written about Doom in a while, so I would like to share 2 map sets that I have run into that are worth mentioning. First is iJuice, best described as Harmony meets The Adventures of Square. Very brightly coloured, cartoony, mostly urban maps. Yes, most of the enemies and weapons are reskins, but the bopping soundtrack is a highly varied. Oh, no, the bopping soundtrack and highly varied, if linear, maps make this romp very entertaining. The other is You Broke Me. Trigger warning, it's about the sad. Which is why, at best, I'd say watch a video playthrough instead of actually playing it. And also because at times it drags with walking simulator segments. However, the sheer scripting wizardry in YBM blew my mind. Forget the crazy layout and texture use of My House. This thing takes that and goes way past 11. Nothing is safe. Not the menus, not the help screen, the status bar, the texture set, or even the auto map. As it happens, this was made by the person behind the crazy scripts behind My House, and it shows. I also wasn't aware that they broke the kayfabe behind My House. So if you want to see stuff that previously was thought impossible in the UZ Doom engine, he's got that struck through. Watch You Broke Me.
Go ahead. We'll just finish the email.
Okay. As for the usual gacha fare, Nothing Ever Changes Impact had its big patch, one that's supposed to finish a plotline started with the Genshin manga even before the game was released. But no, maybe it was my fault for thinking that the game has entered the conflict phase, after 5 years of exposition and world building. But nope, everything stayed the same. But hey, at least every other Sumeru plotline got tied up. So they have that going for them, which is nice. And I can get my Gothic Lolita in the next patch. Meanwhile, in HSR we got a rather anemic patch. Just one linear small zone and a self-playing event. You can get the best sub-DPS/debuffer if you like boys in your gacha game, I guess. But as far as patches go, this one was weak. Serathus.
Yes, indeed. I've actually watched videos of people breaking down the stuff in not the You Broke Me thing he's mentioning now, but in the My House thing he was referencing before. It's really is some interesting code wizardry going on in that one. The guy that made it. It's worth checking a video breaking down all the secrets in it and the technical aspects of how it was made when people pulled it apart as much as they could. It's very interesting if you're into that kind of stuff. So for once, I actually know something that Xerxes is talking about in Doom, despite not playing all these mods.
It's just amazing that they can just wrangle even a variant of the Doom engine to do so much weird stuff.
Yeah, it's not a shoot 'em up type map, really. It's a exploration type map, but it's
Yep.
very puzzle. I guess you could call them puzzles. More just ridiculous secrets that use the game engine in very creative ways to tell a story.
Yeah,
So
not the sort of story we'd probably seek out, but the
yeah,
making of sounds really cool.
I don't remember the story of it, so I don't remember if the story was any good. But I remember the technical breakdowns going very in depth and being very impressed with what they showed off. Uh, so worth checking that out if you haven't before. I might go put the documentary on the background again now that I got it from my head, just re-remember what all they did in that, and maybe look at a video breaking down this other thing if it follows similar principles. Because I found the other video I watched highly entertaining, breaking down my house. Yeah, this is why I interject, and so we might consider dropping the email mid Falls week because he mentions the gotcha stuff. Yeah, the event in
Yep.
Star Rail is it's Stella Jade.
Come get your Jade.
I was literally doing main story quest lines that required most of my attention in Cyberpunk with Star Rail muted and the game autoplaying itself. And anytime
Oh, that's
something
bad.
and you there looks like there's depth to this minigame. Vol will know next week probably when he plays through it and comes back. But the it looks like there are decisions you can make and fun choices that could make you build the auto battler at least in the decision making process because the actual gameplay is just a auto battler. It's just a judged up auto battler. There is no input on your part. That your ship fights by itself. But there are little thumbs up icons next to all the correct choices whenever they come up in the shop, and you can refresh for more thumbs ups in the shop or forego a shop to hope for
Oh,
to save up. But it's
so what you're
just
saying is that they even take you that basic level of decision making out.
yeah, and the thumbs up options may or may not be the most optimal, but they're gonna finish the mission and be more than optimal enough if you just get mostly thumbs ups, and you don't even have to level them up all the way.
Right.
Yeah, there's gonna be
So
like people who like filled in. This is like the descendant of the Chimera event, right? Where um, it will just tell you what team of Chimera to build
Mm-hmm.
for the work projects and that sort of thing. And this is going to be like the result of a series of surveys, post version surveys where they asked whether or not you understood how to do this event or not. And there's going to be a bunch of dunderheads who said that I didn't understand it, it was annoying, I didn't like it because I didn't know what to do, etc., etc. And the marketing guy has collated this information, goes out and says, look guys, you can't put anything in here that requires thought because the player base are too dumb to actually think.
Yeah, these are the general events. You're going to apply them to the general office audience, and that's that. Because we don't want to make them mad, and they can't play Vidya. Yeah. I
Yeah,
have
there's not really much that we can do other than be incredibly scathing about it every time there's an opportunity to give feedback.
yeah. So the Genshin stuff, I don't know anything about what's going on because I'm out of the game at this point. I don't plan to come back for this patch at all. I am debating whether or not I'll even consider coming back for the one after because WuWa is filling now that I'm out of the hump. Like the second you get to Renesita in WuWa, it just becomes so much apparent that everything about WuWa is better than Genshin. Like every
Yeah, like,
aspect of the game.
even as like a non-action game player, it's like the action in Genshin becomes very obviously bad once you've played WoW.
It also
yeah,
murders my motivation to pull characters in Genshin because it highlighted to me so hard how much every single team in Genshin is just DPS hosing. And early on in Natlan, like Prince built the Kaniche team, and that team is fairly kinetic and fun to play. It,
it
like
is a lot of fun to play.
yeah, when you get going. Problem, they stopped doing that after
Yeah.
Mulan, Kaniche, and Chaska to a lesser extent. That all stopped.
Yeah, all of the sort of the interesting spins on gameplay, they just sort of stopped doing that. They just didn't want to do that no more. Everything has
you had
been like dumbed down to, oh well, build up energy, go into your burst phase, alt, skill, 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 next character, repeat the rotation.
yeah.
Yeah,
Like there's not
From
any variation. You don't even need a move for most of them.
No, you don't. for the most part, aside from like a few exceptions like Kanich, the gameplay in Genshin now is identical to the gameplay when they launched.
Like
It has not evolved at all.
there were 4 characters released in Netland that added a form of dynamic gameplay because of the movement mechanics that made things shake up quite a bit. That was Mualani, Kanich, and and Verisa for the 3 main ones because their way of doing things was so radically different and required
Mhm.
movement and positioning in a way Genshin just didn't demand before and was way more engaging. And then to a much lesser extent, Chaska,
What
because
about Yansan?
Yansan is kind of just an accessory to Verisa in my head, so I forget she exists.
I
But
mean, true. She's like Short Bennett in a lot of ways, really.
yeah, and you don't actually use her on. She's not. Her field time is very low. She is
Yeah.
very close to a hit it and forget it support. Now, you're not forgetting about the buffs she leaves. That just adds extra burden to your main DPS though, which adds
Yes.
adds dynamism to whatever character that is. But in my case, that's Verisa, who already is a dynamic, highly mobile positioning based character that will always charge the wrong target.
Yes. It's like Kanich always tethers to the wrong target.
Yeah,
And Mualani, well,
Sharky
Well,
is
Sharky does what Sharky does.
Sharky is very
You don't
fun.
get a say in this.
Sharky is very fun in casual content. He's very fun in multiplayer content and just running around the world. Sharky is not fun if you try to mold with him. If you tried to mold with Sharky, you are going to hate yourself.
And Sharky.
Yeah. And then there are plenty of bosses, even doing solo, where Sharky need not apply. Because Sharky can't reach. But yeah. So yeah, I don't think about Genshin at all anymore and what's going on in the new patches, just because even though I've invested a lot into that game, at this point, I don't think I've invested as much in WuWa as I did in Genshin. But I've been with WuWa way shorter, and everything about the game just captures me more. The story is more engaging. The characters are more fun to play. The exploration is more fun. They gave me a motorbike. Love the bike.
I'm fairly confident that I have invested more in WuWa in this short amount of time that I've been playing it than I have in Genshin over the time I've been playing it, because WuWa is basically just more inspirational than Genshin.
Yeah.
Genshin devolves into, going through the motions very, very quickly.
Yeah, the only reason I say that is because I don't have to buy currency very much in WuWa. Once I got rolling and started doing the daily, and the dailies don't take as long either. Like I'm gonna do two of the Tacit Discord things and at double loot, and I'm done. And that takes not even a minute. Like I don't have to do a daily quest. I don't have to go run around and expend my resin and do any futzing with that. Like it has modern accommodation for time, so I can do it and ZZZ together comfortably and leave Star Rail on while I put on my pants.
This is the metric, is it?
Pretty much.
Mind you, I do have Genshin boiled down to that now as well. Like Genshin doesn't take me any longer than it does WuWa, than WuWa does.
Yeah.
I've refined it. I've refined teams that can walk into a domain, kill it, restart, kill it, restart, kill it, and then go claim my daily rewards. Done. It takes the same amount of time as WuWa does.
Yeah.
But you have to have optimized teams specifically for that.
Yeah.
And it just turns out that Nefa is extremely good at it.
Yeah, Verisa is pretty good at it on my account, and my Navia is overbuilt. Is like the only vertical character in Genshin that I have, and they can do a pretty okay job unless they're counter shield. But in WuWa, I can literally walk up to any domain with Peeber, or both, and just waffle stop it.
Either waffle stomps.
Yeah. So yeah. Volley, you're gonna be sticking with Genshin for the next few patches, so I'll be getting all my input on the game for you, but it still has not shown me anything that makes me come back.
Yeah, well, the only reason I'm sticking with it is because I've refined it into such a low impact experience. No pun intended. Like it's just it's through the cultivation of particular teams. I can basically minimize my time playing the game in order to continue playing the game.
Yeah. So yeah, I just and the fact that WuWa's teams are only 3 characters and the support slot is fairly modular, unless you're going for turbo molding.
I've stopped doing in-game content and in Genshin. Like I used to grit my teeth and curse and swear my way through Imaginary and Theatre, which I hated, but I don't do that anymore. I just don't participate. It's not fun. Even though I've got recent teams and can probably do it, it's just not fun because they have zero imagination when it comes to the end game. I don't even know why. Like
Yeah.
the whatchamacallit, the the whatchamacallit, the once per patch triple boss in-game mode thing, Stygian.
They were
Um,
so
that-
close with that one. All they had to do was not put bosses in that exclude 99% of the cast.
Well, they're continuing to do that. This round's no better than any other. They've got freaking Hydro Tulpa in there of all things.
Like,
Basically, this time you need 3 Mavwikas, but
I distinctly remember us saying exactly if the base description of Stygian Onslaught is what they should add as an in-game at some point in the past. In fact, I think we said it a few times. And then they did
but
it.
that was
they-
back when they were doing bosses directionally different to what they're doing now.
Yeah, and then they ruined it by putting bosses in there that basically say 99% of the cast need not apply.
But yeah, that like I use as a relic farming location. Like, I don't seriously engage with it. I don't even attempt to do anything harder than the hardest one that gives Primogems, which is trivial. There's just no point because it's not engaging. Now they do come up with interesting bosses from time to time in the Trance domains. Like the last the last couple have been okay.
Anything's
And
a step up from
Raiden's an all-time great. Gasoisoth is terrible. Chess is weird, but you can sort of see what you're supposed to do if only it didn't have that obnoxious shield in it.
me.
Like the real bad ones lately have been Chess and Gasoisoth because the former is purely to shill Skirk and the latter is purely to shill Night Soul, and basically you need those, otherwise it's going to become an annoying experience. But everything else from Alicino forward, except for those two, has been quite good, quite solid. Doesn't require you to have to use particular mechanics or anything like that. You just have to do the fight correctly. I mean, Alicino's got a health mechanic, but it seems to be better if you don't have to engage with it. Just try and not get hurt.
Yeah, and that's the other thing is, even though holograms are you do them once and you're technically done, the fact that they're there just always feels good to me in WuWa, and that
Well,
there
there's
is
also a lot of them, really.
yeah, it took me months to do all of them. Like to sit down and really grind through the hardest difficulties needed me to have a full account and to sit down and really put work into it. But they felt good to do, and it felt like these bosses were designed in a way that makes me want to engage with them, and like I can do something with these bosses, learn their mechanics, learn ways to get around maybe certain mechanics, but I'm not cheesing the whole fight by outright skipping phases like I am in Genshin. Like Genshin incentivizes doing as little of the fight legitimately as possible. Whereas WuWa, maybe you can no-sell a mechanic or two with a specific character choice, but you're still engaging with most of the boss.
And you do see people go back and do them even after they've already mastered them again to see what they can accomplish, because they're they're interactive fights. So you get the guy who's just like, I'm going to solo the hardest sigillum using just booling, and that sort of thing.
Yeah, that guy is also insane. Might need to be locked up.
I've
in
seen
mental-
the dungeon one is always impressive because you can never get hit. If you get hit by anything at all on dungeon, even clipped very gently by the edge of an ability, you just fall over dead.
my favorite ones to watch are of my girls, the PB Zani teams, or just the PB or just the Zani players, and specifically ones that have hand cams when they use a keyboard to play. These people
Absolute
miss
mad
their,
lads.
these people miss their calling as like professional pianists. Their
They're
AP,
like the guy on what's it? Pure Ponage
yeah,
with the Uber Micro.
yeah. The APM for that team is so high for both of those characters played at the highest level. It's crazy to watch MLG Peeb and Zoni players. But yeah. So yeah. Thank you for the email, Serathis. I actually could talk about the Doom stuff once.
Yeah.
Well, part of it. the tangentially related part of it. Yeah, Vol will have commentary on the HSR event next week. He hasn't done it yet, and he'll see what I'm talking about. So yeah, thank you for the email, and I guess we will quickly move on to my week. I'm going to abridge my discussion of it because we're going long, but I did a whole lot of note taking and typed up some short summaries for each. And I say short; they ate an entire page of the live show chat. I hope those spoiler tags are working. Can you two verify? Because I can't see the spoiler tag text.
I mean, there's definitely spoiler tagged stuff there.
Okay, because it
I don't
doesn't
know if
even
it's
show
all
up
of
for
it or
me.
not. So
Okay, it doesn't even
Yeah,
show
you
up
just
for me
get-
when I apply it.
Yeah, so it's working. I know I've seen better spoiler tags on Discord though, instead of being the grey boxes. It's a drop down. I'm
Yeah.
not sure how you do that.
So yeah, that's
I haven't been able, haven't figured out how to do spoiler tags, and now it's starting to dawn on me. But maybe I had figured out how to do spoiler tags, but they just don't work on your end.
Yeah, they don't show up when you make the post unless you go to edit. You can see the two vertical bars where the spoiler tag happens, but the spoiler tagged tag, if you're the one that writes it, just doesn't show up. So I have no idea what they look like.
Yeah, right. So it's just the same text or the same size text. It's just a grey box.
Yeah. So I typed up quite a bit. Fern, you might not even have Phantom Liberty.
Yeah, I have Phantom Liberty.
Okay.
Picked it up when it was super cheap one time and still haven't played it.
So, how do I want to put this? It's unable to. I'm unable to talk about the entirety of Phantom Liberty without spoiling, but I think sending me examples probably. Is that what that is? Ah, yeah. Cool, that works. So, just in case, the more fine details of my notes, because I vividly describe each act of the main story, and as I went through it, I've spoiler tagged. If you don't care about spoilers, you can go read through that. I'm going to spoil a bit. And depending on how confident you are that you'll eventually get to it, Fern, it's very deep in the game. We're talking like
and very deep into an already very long game.
Yeah, so it's likely you will forget by the time you get to it, even if you started
He's
playing
never going
now.
to get to it. He's going to restart builds like over and over again from the beginning.
I
Yeah.
do have a bad case of the re-rollies.
Yeah, the thing about
He's
Cyberpunk,
not going to just refund his skill points or anything. No, he's going to reroll.
Cyberpunk, you can max out 3 trees, almost max 18 out of 21 tree, and leave the other tree empty. So of the 5 talent trees, so you can and of the perk points, you can freely reassign perk points within the trees as long as you have the enough points in the appropriate attribute. You can only reset attributes once per playthrough, but so you don't have to re-roll if you see a tree that you want to try out. Like if you see the cool tree and want to go down and try throwing weapons out, just max out cool. Just make that one of the 3 stats you max out. Cool's handy to have maxed out anyway because it gives you access to the sneaky stuff, and a lot of missions have a sneaky route you can take.
In some cases, sneaky is just the better way to go.
Yep. So I have continued my playthrough, experimenting with other builds, but the final build that I settled on was one that is primarily a netrunner build, a stealthy netrunner build with bonuses to pistols and revolvers from the cool tree and the stealth perks from the cool tree, with every single hacking everything in the intelligence tree. I completely ignored the smart weapon side of that tree. And smart weapons are one of the few weapon types I just haven't experimented with. I have the smart weapon link on my hands as the cyberware, but I have it on there because it gives me more RAM, not because I use smart weapons. and RAM to a netrunner is everything. Now, as I said last week, just to be sure I wasn't telling a fib, I did experiment with a lot of stuff, even a little bit in the Call of Duty tree, as I call it, in the reflex tree. On the left-hand side, there is the assault rifle, SMG, and tree that you can go down. That type of weapon, the one that doesn't feel very cyberpunk. I did experiment even in that one just to see if it could get as busted as the other ones. It's actually less busted than the other ones if you want to have a slightly more challenging experience, but there are some pretty busted SMGs out there if you really just want to go that route, and some of them do
No,
funny
you
things.
have to. You have to be the Rebecca.
That's the body tree. We'll get to that. That's part of my build. Rebecca is the fallback option when net running fails. So the build primarily focuses on pistol, stealth, and net running. With a few points in thrown weapons, I have the tomahawk with a battery strapped to it. It's the only legendary thrown weapon worth a damn. But it hits really, really hard for one big chunk of damage and doesn't recharge until 8 seconds. But if you just need to dome something and make it dead, then just tomahawk chuck it. And the final fallback option is I've loaded up a bunch of points into the shotgun side of the body tree and bust out specifically Rebecca's shotgun. Because it's just in the game. Right where you would expect it to be if you watched the anime, where it was last seen.
It's a nice touch, actually, that they did that.
Yeah, it's just in the bushes. So you can go get it. It has a colossal damage value on it, a stupid number of pellets it divides it between, and kicks so hard you can rocket jump with it.
Hell yeah.
But it has 0 range. Like, you need to stuff it down somebody's face to blow them up. But there's a lot of enemies that can activate Sandevastans and start zipping up to you. And when that happens, sometimes you can't quite reach. You don't have the RAM available because you were trying to do stealthy stuff or do utility stuff with net running. And a pistol ain't going to cut it when a dude's up in your face. And that's when Rebecca comes to save the day, and you whip out the shotgun and blow their head off.
Surprise!
Yep. So this build has been fun to play. It can deal with pretty much any situation. I am going to unequip the legendary cyber deck I got from the DLC as soon as I finish the current mission and get back to a Ripper Dock, because it gives you an ability that lets you tap into the power of the Black Wall, which is the artificial construct on the internet dividing the old internet from the current internet, and use Black Wall evil magic to insta-jib any non-boss enemy. The problem is, the Black Wall is hungry, and it will take from you for accessing its power in as many ways as it can. Number one, it will automatically spread this instant death to anything around whatever you cast it on, and it will keep spreading like smallpox. And it will eat your RAM until it runs out of RAM, and then it will start eating your health to perpetuate itself. It won't kill you, but it will take blood. This thing will also just injure you randomly when you have it equipped. Not for a lot, like 3 damage, but it's annoying. And it is fantastical and funny to watch this thing just systematically murder a whole room of people. The other problem, though, is it's not untraceable. You can't memory wipe an enemy before dropping the Black Wall curse on them. You can do it for the first enemy, and you won't be tracked for that one. But when it jumps, you can't make it untraceable on that thing because that hack's going to go off first, which means every enemy in the room is now going to start tracking your location because they're watching their friends one by one erupt into a burst of black and red flames.
That sort of thing does tend to attract attention, yes.
So stealth goes out the window as soon as you pull that button. And being that I have a stealth build, and that's the kind of the shtick I've been role-playing with this whole game, not exactly compatible, but it was funny to use for a couple missions, just to watch people explode. It also has no ability to refund RAM on takedown or make covert hacks better like my specialized Arasaka one that I was using, so I'll be switching back to that one after this. Just because my build kind of requires RAM to constantly refresh itself to melt people's brains inside their head, back to back to back. There are builds all over this game. Pretty much every build can get broken if you find the right weapon and you get the right cyberware. Like you can go blades and equip the new Sandy, the one from Edge Runners. They had to add a clarification for the Sandevastans to make the one that David has in the show special. uh, and it's the Militech Apache Sandevastan, and you can get it in the game, and it's very easy. It's a rare drop once you unlock tier 5 drops from any enemy to just give it to you, and you can go and upgrade it at the Ripper Dock and equip it, and it gives you full-time slowdown. You can, if you go down the route in the heavy weapon tree, or the body tree, you can get hammers and stuff, and equip a Berserker thing in your cyber deck slot. Now, keep in mind, putting anything but a cyber deck in your slot means hacking's out the window. You can't hack unless you have a cyber deck in there. You can equip the Berserker one, which makes you do a colossal amount of melee damage and be literally invincible for 12 seconds. You just can't die.
That just sounds like a lot of fun. Just run around smacking people like that.
You can end a fight. If you can end a fight in those 12 seconds, you never have to worry about healing. You'll be regenerating so much health anyway from all the buff perks. By the time there's a few stragglers left, you'll be fine. Like, every build in the game is broken, even on the hardest difficulty setting, which I'm playing on. And I do recommend you play on because the game is really, really easy by default. Like, the enemies just do not hit hard enough to be a big deal, even on hard difficulty. Like, you can just ignore them and tank bullets for days, and getting caught and your stealth broken doesn't matter, even on a no armor stealth build. When you crank it up to very hard,
right.
You're not getting one shot, but you're getting about 4 or 5 shot. So it means
you'll feel it.
Yeah, if somebody's got a full auto weapon coming at you, you're gonna die real fast. So you need to properly do your stealth, and if somebody's running up to you with a melee weapon, you don't want to get hit by that. You're lucky if you can take one hit with a stealth build. So yeah, this week, I did not play the main game very much. Well, I did. It was listed as main story, but what I mostly did was go through the Phantom Liberty DLC. So there's a lot here. I'm leaving out a lot for number 1. Number 2, it's going to be so long before you ever get to it, you're going to forget most of this.
Probably.
So I would not worry too much about me telling the spoilers now, but it's kind of impossible to talk about without it. Right. So, skipping over most of the build-up, all you need to know about accessing the DLC is you start it after you do a main story quest to go find a group called the Voodoo Boys in Pacifica, and use them to help investigate more about the relic, because you're looking for ways to get Keanu Reeves out of your head. After that, then you now fully have unlocked the Pacifica region where Dogtown is in. Dogtown is where most of the DLC will take place, and as well as some bolted-on areas to the main area, or just buildings that have been suddenly made explorable that were apparently not there before, or were not interactable before. They now have interiors. Right. So Dogtown is not huge, but we'll get there. After you finish the Voodoo Boys quest, you get a phone call. Well, not a phone call. It doesn't come through your cybernetics like a normal phone call would. It comes through the relic, and it shuts Keanu Reeves up. And some girl called Songbird is talking to you, and you're very confused because how is this girl able to talk to me through the relic? How does she know I have it, and what's going on here? She says they're in trouble. Their plane, well, not plane, they're like flying cars, has been shot down, and the president of the U.S. is with her. Now, my V, if this was not going to open up an entire DLC worth of content, canonically probably would have told her to F off here. But because we actually want to do the DLC, we agree to help her as she pleads with us to please come save her and the president from the private military group that owns Dogtown and has shot them down, and they're losing altitude fast and about to crash. So, normally, you can't get into Dogtown without the DLC. There's a big old guarded gate with armed guards that will shoot you if you try to go through, and there is an invisible wall there until you start the quest. You can't glitch your way past it. After you start the quest, though, Songbird busts open a hole in that wall, and with hacker magic, she is a far more powerful netrunner than anything we've seen in the game so far. We'll figure out why later. And helps you get into Dogtown sneakily. So you sneak your way in. And yeah, it's a war zone. The place is on fire when you get there. Funny enough, I found out afterwards when I went to look it up. Deviating from the quest line to go save the president and Songbird here will fail the quest and close off the entirety of the DLC. So don't get sidetracked. Not that you can, really. During this section, they close off most of Dogtown, so it's pretty hard to go wandering. You would have to almost about face and leave. But
You kind of have to be very deliberate about it.
yeah. So you get there and you start making your way towards the plane crash, and you can either sneak past or engage in combat with the mass of the PMC is called Barghest, after the dog, and you get it Dogtown, and you punch your way or sneak your way through to the wreckage and break into the wreckage, and you meet Madam President. Now, first thought, Madam President. When you get there, okay, they're going that route. Not too unheard of to do that. Madam President is not a character people like me and Vol will want to see initially, but her inclusion as who she is, I warmed up to significantly when her full role was revealed. Because they present her like a girl boss. Like she's an action president, not a passive politicking president, although she engages in that in the dirtiest way possible too.
Dirty politics is kind of part of the course, but
yeah,
when you get girl boss president, it's kind of hard not to roll your eyes and reflex on that.
It made more sense later. And I actually liked what they did with her for this, because it made my initial disgust at the archetype even more applicable in a story justified way. Because she presents herself as just a figure of authority trusting you, this random person. And after punching you in the face and somehow being able to get V on her back, my V is a her, obviously. And you notice Songbird ain't here. In fact, Songbird is now only over comms and says that she's been taken by the enemy. The president just says, yep, that's what happened. We need to go get her back. She's kind of really important to the United States of America. Can't let these guys have her. And so we also need to get away, from the fiery wreckage of doom and figure out what's going on. So you do that. And Songbird, because she's a super hacker, is sitting there helping you along the way, hacking and controlling drones and finding paths for you to take and stuff. And it's a really dynamic and action-packed intro sequence. And from the point the president joins your party onwards, you basically are locked into the combat side of things. Now, alleviated a bit if you don't have a whole lot of points invested in combat perks, because Songbird and Myers are there to help you. The president actually fights with you. Myers is the president's name, by the way. So you go through and you keep going until finally just you get overrun by Barghest goons. And there they start sending in the elite soldiers, and it's too overwhelming. All you have to do is survive. So you can just hide this one out if you need to while they're shooting at you, until Songbird comes in with a giant combat mech. It's a hexapedal spider-looking thing with guns absolutely everywhere, and destroys all the Barghest soldiers. And then Songbird loses control of it, and you see the telltale corruption signs of the Black Wall, which are not normally visible, but because of the relic and your connection to Songbird, you can see it. The black and red death aura of the Black Wall and the rogue AIs that live beyond it. So Songbird has been reaching into the no-no section of the internet where the evil AIs live. And that's how she's able to do all the super hacker stuff. And so she gets burned. That usually kills people, but Myers says Songbird will be fine. Okay. And now we have a giant combat mech with a bloodlust out to kill us and everybody around us. We obviously can't have this thing stay alive, so we have a locked, proper full boss fight with mechanics. Now, because Cyberpunk 2077 is not particularly hard, getting stuck in one of these is not the end of the world. However, if you're playing on very hard, every one of this thing's big attacks one-shot you. And if you're stubborn like me, you're going to be very glad you had Rebecca's shotgun, because when it tries to lead you with shots, because you can see the targeting circle coming while you're dashing away, you can just fire Rebecca's shotgun to reverse your air momentum while you're jumping and get away from wherever it's shooting.
Effective and badass.
Rebecca's gun has so much kick, it will save your life. There's a lot of mechanics going on in this boss fight. It's a lot of fun. And even with a non-combat build, I had a good time figuring out how to deal with it. And it has multiple phases, and they clearly put a lot of work into making the front part of this DLC really sell it, at least in the gameplay department. So you and Myers find an abandoned hotel room in a building that doesn't have any Bargus surveillance. None of the drones come out here, and there's no other people around after busting through the walls of the district, basically, and winding up on the side of a random building in the black market that's been scheduled for demolition. So you set up here as your base. And from here, she sends you to go investigate the situation, because you can't leave until you get Songbird back. She winds up breaking this rule and leaving as soon as you make contact with the next person, and dumps the whole load off on him. Because President Myers is, despite being female, the biggest cock in the world.
I love it.
She is the worst. Just in a setting like Cyberpunk, where everybody is at best morally gray, she is so black she could blot out the sun. So
that's actually refreshing.
Like, there is never a question that she is the bad guy, and unfortunately, she is never the direct main villain you fight. But there is one ending where you get to go tell her to go F herself in like 30 different creative ways. Which she is so inhuman and sociopathic that she just doesn't understand. And is going to continue being herself, but it feels good to say it. And this made the girl boss stuff they did with her at the beginning project way better for me, because I already disliked her. So all that stuff with them tropes I didn't like, oh man, I was so happy when she turned out to be a horrible person.
Yeah.
Like, I was already primed to not like you, and now the story's giving me the green light. Oh, we're in on this. Whatever route makes you the angriest. So there are, from here she sends us to go find old FBI, now called like the FIA, the Freedom Intelligence Agency or something, the Federal Intelligence Agency instead of the FBI. An old agent, an old Fed, who's a grizzled old black man that kind of looks like a cross between Samuel L. Jackson and Clarence Thomas.
Okay.
It's very hard to describe, but if you see a picture, you'd be like, oh yeah, I see where you got that. I think he actually has a real actor that he's a one-to-one match of, like Keanu Reeves. And I think I even know his name, but I don't remember for the life of me what it is. So yeah, you go find him, and the way you contact him is funny. She gives you a phone number, a landline phone number in the year of Cyberpunk 2077. The challenge isn't dialing the number, it's finding a phone. In Dogtown, no less. Which is, while the rest of Night City is either decadent, debaucherous, or run down, Dogtown is a war zone. The streets are literally blown to pieces. So you have to...
Let alone finding a working phone, you've got to find one with buttons on it.
Yeah, so you do find one and call this number. And when you call it, you hear the receiver pick up. B has never heard a receiver pick up before in their life. They don't know what a telephone is. And it's just like, is anybody there? And eventually, Reed responds and goes, how did you get this number? And his voice acting is really good. Whoever the actor is that plays Reed does a real good job for most of his lines. Whenever he needs to be serious, he does great. Whenever he's being more flippant or more emotional, the Reeds kind of feel like real actor trying to play in a video game lines. You know the ones.
Yeah, you get those.
but he does the serious voice really good. So you go to meet with him at a basketball court, and he tells you where to meet. So you go sit and wait at the basketball court. Reed shows up, but you don't get to see him yet because he sticks a gun to your back and tells you not to turn around and explain the situation to him. He's that type of fed wet work guy. And eventually, you convince him that I'm legit. President Myers really did send me. Here's the stupid trinket she gave me. Please don't shoot me in the head. So you go and explain the situation to him. Through some missions, he warms up to you, and you go meet his old partner who he hasn't seen in 7 years. Okay, that goes good. And now you need to find Songbird and figure out how to save her because she's obviously held in the big F off tower that is the base of the big bad that runs Dogtown, Colonel Hansen. So you need to. You're not shooting your way in there. I mean, you probably could gameplay wise, but the story ain't going to let you do that. So you need to find a way to sneak in. So pause here. Before you go off and start planning a way to get into the tower and rescue Songbird, all the side stuff is now open up. And the side stuff in this game, I'm not going to spoil any of it because I actually think most of it's better than the main story, and it's way more detailed and involved than the side quests in the main game. The side quests in the main game run the gamut in quality and length. And I'm talking about the side quests, not the gigs. We'll talk about those in a minute. But the side quests just generally are very well written and fun. And it's like the team was just given full reign to do whatever they wanted with these. There aren't very many of them. There's only about 5 or 6, but they're all very chunky, big content. And I liked all of them. The best one is called Run This Town at the very end, where you get to figure out the future of Dogtown after all the events have happened. And well, it involves V impersonating a Cuban drug lord to go intimidate people.
Because why not?
And it works. So I won't spoil that one, but it's a lot of fun and lots of decisions. They're real good about these side quests. They don't affect the greater game state or main story, but they do affect Dogtown. And Dogtown will change and respond. The stuff that plays on the TV will change depending on, who you back to run the town. Parts of the town will not welcome you or will welcome you if depending on how you handle certain quests. Stuff like that. Like there's one that I'll spoil because it's the least in-depth one that still has consequences. There's Dude who is part of the Bargus PMC, but was generally well liked by the people of Dogtown until he started having cyber-psychotic episodes. And he killed a whole bunch of people over an insignificant slight and doesn't even remember the incident. The families of the people he murdered want him dead, and they do not care about anything else. Bring back proof you killed him, and your gig is done. It sounds very simple. You get there, you figure out he's going cyber psycho, and you remember in the main game, if you've done this quest line, there's a girl who you've been doing quests for to incapacitate cyber psychos for her to take to do research on. And you can send him to her for treatment because his cyber psychosis signs are still intermittent and early. He might still be treatable. So if you do this, you can take his dog tags down to this area in town and show it to the lady and say he won't be a problem anymore and she'll pay you. He will use very careful language to say he ain't dead, but will imply that he won't be around anymore. And then the cyberpsychosis treatment works on him. They get his chrome removed and they fill him up with immunosuppressors, and he was still early enough that they were able to fix it. And he wants to atone for what he did, so he sends a bunch of his PMC money to the families of the people that you did the job for. Problem.
Noble, but inconvenient.
Problem. He signed it. Or at least made it identifiable it was him. And now that entire area of the town is hostile to you. Now, there's nothing important in there, just a few shops and NPCs, but they will shoot you on sight if you come near them.
Why you could be like this, Ara Steel?
Well, you try to do a good thing, and this is what happens.
Yeah.
Even the guy tried to do the right thing. He tried to atone, and all it did was get a whole bunch of guns drawn on the person that saved him. So that felt bad.
That is how Cyberpunk do.
Yeah, but that's the kind of story consequences you can expect going through here. I mean, not all of them are going to lock off. This is a very small area of Dogtown, and inconsequential in the greater scheme of things, even for gameplay. The other thing is the gigs. The gigs still remain simple, and in the area that you do them in, except for one, it starts going all over the place. But they are, in general, more in depth with more story than the main game. The in-game main game gigs sometimes will barely have story. But here, your fixer is Mr. Hands, who you will run into in the base game for exactly one gig, because originally Dogtown was supposed to be part of Pacifica, and it was going to tell one big Pacifica story in the base game, but they didn't finish it. But this one gig for Mr. Hands was done, so they left him and that one gig in there. That was it in the base game. He is the fixer for Dogtown as well as the rest of Pacifica, so he actually gets a full gig list now. So you can go do all of his gigs. All of them are fairly substantial story-wise for gigs, not as big as the side stories or the side missions, but interesting enough that you can follow a storyline through to the end, like the better ones in the base game. So I enjoyed doing his gigs, and his reward at the end is a car. Unfortunately for him, Fixer from the base game gets updated once you unlock Phantom Liberty stuff, and his car he gives you is way better. So it's a nice car, but there's a better one. And this unlocks the third type of well, I didn't mention one type of optional content. That is high criminal activity reports. The Night City PD can't go into Dogtown because a PMC runs it. It's a city within a city. It's effectively independent. So the police have no jurisdiction there, even though it's technically part of Night City. Nobody's going to go fight the PMC to go enforce the law. So there are batches of unregulated criminal activity around the city that are functionally dungeons with a boss at the end. And you get some really good loot out of these if you go do them. You can run through them to kill the trash as much as you want, but honestly, the trash loot ain't very good. But the real highlight here is the tons of iconic weapons you can find inside and blueprints for them. Like, that's how I got the stupid tomahawk. It was a boss weapon from the Netrunner dungeon. Yeah, these are a lot of fun. There's no story in them unless you read all the logs in the terminals, which I skimmed a few of, but there's so many logs and terminals and crap in this game. You'll be here for weeks just reading them if you were to read them all. Yeah, that was a good old time. The last one is my favorite fixer from the base game, which is the goober with the weird haircut from Santo Domingo, or whatever the Mexican area of Night City is called, and that's El Capitan.
Oh dear.
El Capitan. I forget what his it's like Muma or something, but he goes by El Capitan. So he calls you up. He's like, "Hey, Your Majesty, how would you like to give me a hand here?" As you walk by a suspicious car with a steering wheel icon on the minimap in the upper right. He's like, "I need you to deliver that to me." And the first fees, because you have to have done all those quests in the main game, he's like, "Thought you went straight, started normal business." Like, that didn't work out. So here's what we're doing now. You're gonna boost these cars. You're gonna boost these cars for me. Don't care who's in them or where they are, and they will spawn semi-randomly around the map. And I'm going to give you a point to drop them off. And if you get there fast enough or within whatever optional conditions I give you and avoid all the trouble on the road or deal with the trouble if it's aggressive, I'll give you a nice reward. And let you buy more cars on the cheap from my auto dealership. Okay. And I was downright surprised with the amount of ways they found to make these stupid car delivery quests interesting and dynamic. Because sometimes your bonus objectives get there in a certain time limit. Sometimes it's get there without dinging the car up too much. Sometimes there's a gazillion enemies chasing you down and you just have to make it there without blowing the car up. Sometimes there are roadblocks cropping up because the foes are out patrolling and doing stuff. Like, just a whole lot of dynamic events for these things to make them interesting, and he never wants you to deliver them to the same place. They always got to go somewhere else. And if you got 2 minutes to go like 5 kilometers, you're flying down the highway trying not to wreck anything, and then you get the enemy modifier on top with that one, and now people shooting you. So you're whipping out. In my case, I'm whipping out my cyber deck and hacking the car with my burn health for more RAM power up turned on to stop more of them by just hitting their emergency brakes over and over again. to send them careening off cliffs or get stuck in the middle of the road and cause a traffic pile up. Like, these turned out to be surprisingly fun, and there's no consequence for failing them because another car will just pop up. So, or there's no penalty, I should say. The consequence is lost time, and you don't get any rewards, or you get less rewards if you don't meet the bonus condition. But they're a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun with these, and I've not really liked the driving in Cyberpunk very much. So I was quite happy to get these. And at the very end of his quest chain, which you don't know is a quest chain, but after you boost like 10 cars, strategically transfer that equipment to an alternate location, you get to do a side mission for El Capitan, where he talks a bit more about himself and actually goes into himself as a character, which he didn't really do in the base game. He just had a funny haircut that he had because, well, it made people talk about him. So he mentions how he's from the poor area of Santa whatever in Night City, and how there's no medicine, and the water has been poisoned by Arasaka dumping all their crap into it, and they need medicine, and they especially need it right now. So he sends you to go just strategically transfer a piece of Arasaka equipment to his alternate location. And so you bust in there with a fuzz friend of his who he bribes all the time to get away with all the stuff he does. And you and this friend from the fuzz, who has been coerced against his will into helping with this, successfully steal the truck, assuming you don't screw the mission up. And you deliver it to El Capitan. And his reward for you is a James Bond car with some of the best handling in the game, fitting for the car guy. And it also has twin Gatling guns mounted to the front of it.
Okay.
And
Because why not?
And it's like the third fastest car in the game at top speed. Like, it is just the best car.
Why would you not use that?
Anytime there's an open road that is on road and not something you need off-road tires for, this thing is the car. Like, I do not think there's a better one. If you're off-roading, the Xi'an Coyote, I think, is still better. And if you're in narrow areas like Dogtown, a bike is better. But this thing is perfect for the big roads in the city. So it's a great reward that'll work for you no matter what your spec is. And is a lot of fun to goof around with. So that's all the side stuff in Phantom Liberty. Had a lot of fun with that. Main story continues. You, Reed, and Reed's partner continue to try and find a way to save Songbird. The president has effed off back to DC and left and dumped all this on Reed's lap to save Songbird. So why does he need Songbird? Or why does she want Songbird so bad? Well, turns out the government has invested quite a bit in this girl through human experimentation and making her able to tap into the power of the rogue AIs that live beyond the Black Wall, which functionally are magic. That they are evil, horrible cyberpunk magic, but they are magic and can do whatever she wants. As long as something is digital or has a cybernetic component, if she taps into the Black Wall, she can do whatever she wants to it. And usually the AIs interpret this as explosions and lighting stuff on fire. And this is killing her over time, the more she uses it, because the AIs burn more of her brain away as they attempt to take her over too, because she's augmented to a level that should induce cyberpsychosis. And it's implied she's in early onset stages several times. The cyberpsychosis portrayed in the game is more a gradual process than the rather abrupt nature it's often portrayed in Edgerunners. You start having symptoms like a certain character was getting the shakes in Edgerunners before the full breakdown and stuff. But here you have minor episodes that cause often destructive things to happen. Songbird's implied to be on that path, but they have the convenient excuse of the AI. It's the bigger problem beyond the black wall to blame. And the AIs beyond the black wall are just a bunch of malicious, semi-sentient AIs coded by a guy that hated the Corpos so much before he died and they murdered him. He unleashed these things on the greater internet as a whole to destroy everything the Corpos had built digitally and release as much of their secrets to the world as possible. And it worked, except for the part where the AIs were still there after that was done. And now you have a bunch of malicious, coded for destruction AIs running rampant, and so they cordoned off the old internet with the black wall to keep them there. So tapping into the power of the rogue AIs behind it is it can get you very powerful things because they have access to all the data and information of the old internet and world, some of which is stupidly powerful. But they're also malevolent and evil, without exception. Because any of the ones that might have been less malevolent or evil died. Because the aggressive ones killed them. This is also why AIs are generally not researched, as I found out. And making AIs is frowned upon heavily. Because the last time somebody went out of control with it, they made the mess that's currently quarantined behind the black wall.
Yeah, things got bad.
Yeah. So you first need to get into the tower to verify Songbird's there and establish contact and get her in on the plan. Whatever plan you can come up with. So you come up with the idea while you're there to sneak into a party that the PMC dude is hosting with the bigwigs of the city. To do this, we're going to go scuba diving in the sewers and come up underneath the tower and sneakily or aggressively, choice is yours. I went the sneaky route because of my build, but you can just shoot your way in here if you want. Apparently, this goes worse for you when you get to the top of the tower, but near the end of the quest, you have to shoot your way back out instead of just getting thrown out. Your way to this party, and you just have disguises right now, and Reed goes with you, and you have to do a whole bunch of fun stealth sections that by directing him what to do while you're in a special sniper's perch with a special sniper rifle. And so you can hack and use the sniper, and that's it. And you have to guide him through to get to areas to unlock the doors and get you the access codes to this place. And open your side of the tower. So that's neat. That's a good little section. And eventually you get in there, you meet Songbird, you get her in on the basics of the plan you came up with beforehand. And she's like, yep, that's good, cool. Here's a bit more you can do with it. Okay, now the other part of your plan is to go get information on 2 net runners that are at it. You can meet all the big faces of Night City here while you're here too. All the people you see on the televisions while you're walking around and stuff, they're all here. So you can see what they're up to and see a bunch of extra lore and stuff. But the big thing you're here to do is go meet 2 net runners and figure out how to get what they call personality profiles on them. And these 2 are very pompous and very French.
Very French.
Yeah, French.
Oh, they need to go.
Oh yeah, and the U.S. agents are going to end them mercilessly later. But for now, we need their profiles because you're gonna pretend to be them, and no American could act that French if they were paid to. So we're gonna cheat because these 2 idiots are the ones that are selling the tech that or selling access to the tech that lives underneath Dogtown because they're the only net runners around that are competent enough to handle it. Well, them and Songbird, which is why Hansen has her. There's tech underneath Dogtown. And you also find out at this party that what's his name? Hansen wasn't the one that came up with the idea to shoot down the president's vehicle while her and Songbird were in it. That was Songbird. And she's been working with Hansen the whole time. And specifically...
It's just an inevitable betrayal.
Yeah. Specifically, the reason she's doing it is the magic tech underneath Dogtown was tech specifically designed to try and fight back against the Black Wall AIs. And she has kind of a problem with AIs at the moment. And they do know of one piece of that tech that can isolate it inside a biological material as one of its side effects from the many other things it does. And Hanson wants access to that tech and has promised to let Songbird use it to help herself and clear her mind of the black wall goo and the AIs that have munched their way in there. You may notice we have a Keanu Reeves in our head.
We do.
This could be rather helpful. So Songbird's like, I'll help you too as long as you help me. And she gives you her full sob story and everything. Yeah, lady. Okay, you said you can help me with this. Are you sure about that? Now, my V, in this particular roleplay, as opposed to my usual roleplay, is actually smart enough to figure out this bitch is lying to me. There's some catch here. There's no way she's going to help me at the end of this.
Also, because
I don't know why she thinks her collaborator is going to help her.
That's what Reed says. he's because you tell Reed, and Reed's like, there's no way this PMC dude, who I have quite a bit of information on, is going to do what he says. Like, he's going to take that tech and shoot Songbird in the head. And he's going to use it to get secrets from the old internet and use that to expand his power. Like, that's all that's going to happen here. If we want Songbird to live, we need to save her. And you're like, well, Reed, why do you care about Songbird at all? And you get his backstory, which is he basically thinks of her as a daughter. Because he's the one that forced her into the U.S. government when she was found. And he feels really bad about the human experimentation they did to her. So he wants to save her and keep her alive and get her away from this mess. But he knows this ain't going to go well for anybody if she stays here with the PMC. So your new plan is, since Songbird has now reestablished connection with you after you've got to her, you can talk again via the relic without anybody able to tap in and listen to the conversation. So she talks to you and continues to feed you sob stories about herself and about how this piece of tech is your only chance at saving both her and yourself that you know of. And at this point in the story, it is. You don't have any other good leads. And how you really need to just help her escape with the tech. That's all that's important. Like, you need to get her out conscious, and you can't give her back to Reed because Reed's going to give her back to the U.S. government. Like, he may think he's helping her by saving her life, but it's going to be a fate worse than death, which it will be. But Reed is also like one of them people that's, as long as they're alive, there's still hope. So he'll do it if it means it can save her, even if she's going to be a lab rat for the rest of her life. So both of them, for once, in this particular instance, are being mostly honest. Even Johnny comments like, well, their motivations are clear at least. Those appear to be genuine. I don't think they're BSing you on that. So this is just a question of who do you want to side with more? Or do you think Songbird is genuine enough about using that tech to help you too? So Reed, without informing Songbird, and you don't have the connection of the relic turned on right then, so she doesn't know, comes up with the plan to use special FBI tech that his partner Alex uses to literally change your face, which is the point of getting the personality imprints earlier, and slot these imprints into it, and dress you up to look like one of the two French twins. And Alex will go with you as the other one. And you will then go and to the meet where those two Netrunners and Songbird are going to be working on the piece of tech underneath Dogtown. And you're going to go in with Songbird, and Alex will stay behind with Hanson. And you are going to then knock Songbird out with a special piece of code uploaded directly to her while y'all are working on the relic. And then they've set up an exfiltration route. You're going to follow it, and they're going to do their best to get both of you out of there. Okay, not a great plan, but it's at least workable. I can see where we're going with this. Songbird's plan is you're going to show up, and then I'm going to bust us out. Okay. You may remember, girlfriend doesn't have any special tech or anything for this. She doesn't have a pre-planned exfil route. She's not doing any setup. She's stuck in the tower with Hanson. So her plan is to OD on Blackwall juice and light everything on fire.
That's one way to do it.
It'll work. Ain't gonna be good for her, though.
No.
So you go in there, and the mission proceeds as planned. You successfully fake your way into getting Hanson to believe you are the Netrunners. and he's watching you and Songbird work on the thing while your, in my case, brother, because Alex got the unfortunate role of having to cross-play as the boy when she didn't not want to. That was funny to watch. Is with Hansen, keeping an eye on him and acting as the collateral to make sure you don't stab Hansen in the back, because they're siblings that care about each other. Surely they wouldn't betray each other or do any funny business if one of them will get shot when the one working on the relic does. So Songbird and you are working on the relic. Songbird's telepathically communicating with you. Okay, ready? Get ready. Here we go. And this is the branch split. You can decide to help Songbird and do what she recommends and help her escape, still alive, and use the relic to save her and yourself. Hopefully yourself. While avoiding giving her back to the US government because she doesn't want to be a lab rat. Or you can side with Reed, and you can upload the virus to knock her out. Now, I went with Reed's path first because Songbird's is ridiculous. Girlfriend is clearly bat crazy. Nothing about doing her path makes sense. But she is the female. So most players are going to side with her because she's a girl with a sob story. I did not. But we'll talk about Songbird's path first because it goes exactly how you would expect it to. If you side with Songbird, you don't upload the virus to her head, but you do manage to signal Alex to take out Hansen. Hansen looks away briefly, and Alex just slits his throat. Hansen is now dead. No boss fight, no anything. He's just dead. And you and Songbird now have to escape. Reed's trying to contact you, and you've effectively put him on mute. And you run Songbird out and bust your way out the brute force way. You can sneak a little bit, but mostly you're relying on Songbird's overpowered hacking skills, where combat skills aren't enough to come up with stuff. They have a long cooldown, but it's doable with a stealth build. And you get yourself out there, and she goes away for a couple days to get back in touch with her contact that can use the tech, because this whole time she's said she has somebody that can use the tech. It's only now she tells you that person is on the moon.
Wait, what?
Yeah. So she is not doing very hot because she just OD'd on Blackwall juice. So the girl is slowly losing her mind, more so than normal, and now you have to get her to the spaceport and hijack a space shuttle to put her on it to send her to the moon.
Easy.
Now, you can't go with her, because conspicuously, when you go to pick her up to take her there, she says she's only agreed for one person to show up on the moon at the moon base anymore, and they'll get angry and may not help her. So she will definitely send for you, though, as soon as she gets up there.
How's she planning to pull that off?
Don't worry about that yet. We'll get there. So after busting through the spaceport and fighting sneaking past waves of dudes, eventually you get to the control tower. There's no avoiding a fight here. This is a straight up romp with minimal assistance from Songbird, and for a stealth build, this is quite hard. The only thing saving me was my ability to chain ram hacks back to back, and just
magic shotgun.
Yeah, magic shotgun. I couldn't let these guys get close enough, because this is the equivalent of max tac, except the U.S. military. Because turns out the president and Reed are not too happy with you for just taking Songbird and running. Reed doesn't know what's going on. You've basically told him to F off. You're not going to let Songbird be a lab rat. And him and the president have shown up with the army. And now you've got to find a way through this to get to the shuttle. The control tower is on the other. There's a tram station between the control tower and the shuttle. And in front of the control tower is the main building and center where people get on for space flights. It's basically an airport terminal. And so at the control tower, military is descending upon you, wave after wave of dudes, and you eventually are overwhelmed. Once you survive long enough and Songbird has hacked the control tower, you get inside and she locks the doors. the game goes scripted for a bit, and they start banging on the glass to get your attention, and try to shoot their way inside to kill you and take Songbird back. But Songbird, remember, is totally okay with OD on Blackwall Juice now, and OD's so hard she goes functionally catatonic, and sends out a wave of Blackwall magic to just fry the brains and cybernetics of everybody outside of the immediate room you two are in. She is dying immediately from this, and so you have to jack into her personal link on her neck with your wrist link to share the load with her. But this lets you use the Blackwall Juice, and you get to just run around and insta-jib these stupid powerful enemies, which from a gameplay perspective feels really good. This is a lot of fun, just walking around all these elite enemies you spent forever struggling your way against with the stealth build, and now you're the one with Blackwall magic and you can just vaporize them like they got hit with the Blackwall Gateway quick hack, the one that I was showing off before the show. Except yours is instant cast and costs no RAM for this section. So you make your way to the tram. Girlfriend is now almost catatonic. She is very delirious and lets slip that the tech will only work once. There is no chance, and never was, for you to save yourself. Obviously, girlfriend lied to you. So, if she uses this tech to get the AIs out of her head, there's nothing left for you to use. Because it isolates the AIs wherever it puts the net over, and then deletes all digital structures from it. And that includes itself. So, there was never saving both of you. She just lied to you. Now, you get to the dock to put her on the shuttle. Path branch again. You can call Reed right now and tell him girlfriend is a liar, betrayed me. I'm literally in the shuttle. Fly your stupid helicopter over here and come take her. Or you can go, well, I've come too far at this point. Walk towards the shuttle. Reed's already there, and the only way you're putting her on that shuttle is to murder Reed in cold blood.
Right.
These are your two options. You do this.
Brutal option.
Yeah. Johnny offers commentary no matter what you do, and the credits roll. Both have an associated ending and different ending scenes that play out pretty dramatically, but that is the Songbird route. Now, if this sounded...
That sounds retarded. Everything about it is incredibly retarded.
Yeah, it's like you made every single wrong decision you possibly could.
Now,
like if you were like somebody who didn't know what Night City was or what the people living in this current dystopia are like, then maybe you're making any of those decisions. But aren't you supposed to be like an experienced cyberpunk at this point?
Yeah, you have at least a year of merc work under your belt before the events of this game happen, and are working your way up into the bigger leagues with the heist that goes bad. So yeah. None of this makes sense, and only makes sense if you're a generic video game player that booted the game up and used the story skip to go directly to Phantom Liberty. Then you might pick these choices because you might get distracted by the boobies or something. Like, this character does not have penis, therefore I trust it. Like, that is how you get burned here. Bad. Don't do that.
The way to get dead in Night City is what that is.
Yeah, that's a real good way to get dead. Honey traps are a common tactic. I did not go with that as my final route, but I did play through it to see it. The other route, the one that made way more sense to me the entire way through. And that's Reed's route. Now, Reed doesn't know just how jacked on Blackwall Juice she is, and thinks that this super powerful ice hack that he has that'll shut down her system and knock her out should be more than sufficient. You go flashback to working on the relic or the tech together underneath Dogtown. Before you signal Alex to murder Hansen, you start uploading the hack. You get ready to signal Alex to kill Hansen, and Songbird notices the hack because of course she does. She's a super hacker on Blackwall Juice. Whatever Reed thought about that program, it wasn't good enough. And she immediately ODs even harder than on her own route and goes functionally cyber psycho immediately. Hansen keys into this that something's up and immediately kills Alex. So Reed's partner is now dead. and he starts mobilizing his military and coming after you and Songbird. Songbird blasts you with black wall juice, doesn't kill you because of the relic in your head, and the fact that there's still a little bit of Songbird in there, and she doesn't actually want to kill you. She's just, more interested in her own survival. So she kicks you against a wall. You're KO'd. When you come to, Reed gets back in touch with you. He's like, "Oh man, this is balls. This is not good. We need to get out of here." And so you go through a similar fight section that you did in Songbird's route, but now you don't have her help. There are less enemies to deal with, but you do have to straight up fight them. And it culminates in a boss fight with Hansen and his elite goons at the end, who are just really juiced and roided normal human enemies. They have no special boss mechanic. So you kill them, bust out, and redirects you to a car that he's already made his way to. You both get in the car, and you go chasing after Songbird. You just follow the trail of destruction. It's not hard to find her. She gets surrounded by Max Tac, which are a group of the Night City Police, which is a red flag because they're not supposed to be here in Dogtown, although it doesn't matter much anymore with the leader dead. Nobody's gonna be in a position right now to go raise hell with the Night City government, who quickly subdue this thing that's a threat to not just Dogtown but the rest of Night City. These guys are specially equipped soldiers that Night City has for dealing with cyber psychos, and they are demonstrated repeatedly in the story to be a big deal. Like they're the best.
They have the big guns.
Yeah, the only one with bigger guns is Atom Smasher himself.
Yeah.
So they managed to knock her out and throw her in the van. This is not good because number one, Songbird's now in the van. If she does go to the prison when she wakes up, there is a high likelihood she's going to OD on Blackwall Juice again and murder everybody there. At worst, releasing all the cyber psychos that are currently imprisoned at the big house, and be a walking weapon of mass destruction. Can't have that. Never mind that Reed still wants to save her because he still cares about her. And you need to find a way to stop all this and get her out of Max Tac. Reed's still okay with sending her to the federal government though, because she ain't gonna live for very long without that caliber of help. And you ain't talking him out of it. Not that V tries particularly hard after what she sees Songbird is capable of. So now you started playing with Reed, and you're actually given a lot of leeway here to set up and plan an ambush on the Max Tac convoy. You can talk to one of his buddies in town, and you can choose, do you want turrets or mines? Where do you want the mines? Okay, which vantage point do you want to start with? Should we use smoke grenades or not? It's a really elaborate setup quest for this ambush that I was not expecting, but was glad it was there because it felt like I had a lot of control over where this was going. So I set myself up on a balcony near the stairs in case I needed to run down and start shotgunning people, and chose to set up mines instead of turrets and use smoke because, well, I'm a net runner. I don't care about smoke. I'm going to hack people anyway.
Yes.
So, which is good because you do have to fight Max Tac. So it lets you give yourself as much of an advantage as possible, and keep re-dipping into stealth for bonus stealth damage and all that stuff. You go to the truck, you go to open it, the Max Tac elite troops jump out. Oh boy. This is going to be tough. Thankfully, their AI is not set to be super aggressive. Only one of them attacks at a time. Really, the others play support roles, and they will actively switch off. The one that's attacking will get targeted by Reed with his sniper rifle, and he will disable that one after a time, and you'll do bonus damage to it, and the next one will come in and do its stuff, and they're all specialized in something different. So, a minor boss fight, but an interesting one in the way it plays. And it's not hard. It can't really be because the game still has to accommodate builds that are not combat builds. But Reed being there to help helps justify it a bit more. So I was okay with that. That felt fun. So Songbird wakes up after all this with the truck now stopped and promptly busts her way out of the restraints in the truck and takes control of the truck after you've knocked out the Max Tac that jumped out. All the other Max Tac are now dead because you killed them all. And now she is driving this truck straight into the underground. She is now fully possessed by these AI. There's very little of Songbird left in that head. She can reach out occasionally directly to your relic to warn you to stay away from her, because these AIs are taking her to the core underneath in the facility where that special tech was to directly wire her up to the internet so that she can get to work breaking the black wall and let more AIs out. Bad juju, not good. You get in, you chase her down, you follow the trail of destruction in black wall goop, and find where she broke in. Reed took some shrapnel in the fight, so he's slow. Tells you to go ahead first. You go in there, and there are no enemies down here because this is an abandoned lab. There is, however, an invincible combat mech that is going to hunt you the entire time you're down here looking for Songbird. And you get to play Alien Isolation, the video game, functionally while doing all kinds of tasks using whatever skills you're best spec'd for to avoid this thing and navigate to the core. And
how do they justify that a robot is invincible versus a net runner in a cyberpunk setting?
because it's on Black Wall Juice, and Songbird's rogue AIs that are controlling her now are the ones controlling the robot, and they're way stronger
Evil
than
AI
you.
magic.
Yeah, basically Black Wall magic. So it's going to see you and murder you if it notices you.
And if you try to hack it, it just says no.
Yeah, you have no support like you did with the big mech earlier, or even the Max Tech agents. You're alone. So I think the implication here is that V might be able to take this thing if she had help, but by herself, it's going to be too much, and it's juiced on Black Wall magic. Because this stuff is what's beyond the Black Wall is basically just the writer's way of going, okay, we need this thing to be ridiculous and flashy and malevolent, so Black Wall juice. The rogue AIs did it. But it does make for a relatively tense stealth section and acts as a stealth boss, which is nice because I'm actually built for that. So I got to engage the boss built for my spec for once, which was fun.
There are not many stealth bosses.
Now, seen enough horror media now that this wasn't particularly effective for the horror vibe it was going for, but as a stealth boss, it was fun because, well, don't get very many of those. And you have to avoid this thing and make your way to the core. Eventually, Songbird exerts just enough control to kill the mech once you open the door to the core, and then she's basically passed out. Her surge of resurgence lets you see a few of her memories, but you can literally see her memories and her identity fraying and falling apart. Like, girl is, for all intents and purposes, already dead. You get to her, and the only thing she can ask you to do is kill her. Because there's very little of her left. She doesn't remember hardly anything. Most of her senses are gone. And if you let her live, all that's going to happen is the new US government is going to take her, use her as a lab rat, and turn her into a WMD. You can't talk to Reed to have him hear this, so you have to make this call on your own. Path split. Do you kill Songbird now, or let her live and let Reed give her over to the federal government to save her life? Now, I took the pragmatic option and killed her. Because the US government having a weapon of mass destruction as powerful as what I just saw was, they don't need that.
You mean the biggest cunt in the world?
Yeah.
You mean?
Yeah, I'm not giving her that. So that was my justification for killing Songbird. You give her to Reed, and he's going to give it back to the president. No matter what happens, a similar scene plays out between the two. You go in the car ride with either an unconscious Songbird or a dead Songbird back to the president's chopper. And if you gave it to her, the president, if you give her back alive, the president awards you the equivalent of the Future Medal of Freedom, gives you like a token 20,000 eddies, says thank you for your service, and they'll be in touch. And you can do the secret tower ending for the main game that basically lets you skip the rest of the game and get shipped off to a Fed hospital where they use the tech that Songbird didn't get to use to pull Keanu Reeves out of your head, but you are so damaged from the surgery that you can never have cyberware again, and your life as a merc is over. And you were out in a coma for so many years that none of your friends remember. So secret ending, not a particularly good one, but you can go that route if you want. Reed doesn't know if he made the right call, sending her back to the USA, even though she's alive, is what she's doing right now, really living, has that whole, standard tropey conversation with himself and you. Really, Really sad and emotional for Reed, but you know that's how that ending goes. If you kill Songbird,
How did he manage to stay Boomer Core for his entire life
yeah, not sure.
in Night City of all places?
I'm not sure. I know his relationship with Songbird is special, but that I don't know how he keeps that. Uh, Now, the option I picked: you murk Songbird. The girlfriend is dead. Reed arrives too late. You've already killed her. He is distraught, and isn't reacting like somebody that lost an asset. He's reacting like somebody that lost a kid. He's not very rational, but he manages to get enough of a grip to get you both out of there, and tells you to carry Songbird's dead body out. You get back in the car with him. You're driving to the same location you do in the other ending to hand off her body this time. The president is pissed off at you, hands you 1/4 of the already token 20,000 eddies that she gave you in the route where you gave her the full living Songbird. Uh, and you are given some very creative ways to tell uh this dick waffle everything you think about her and what she did, and how it was her human experimentation that puts Songbird in this terrible position and fried her brain, and how you stopped her from having a normal life and learning normal life lessons, turned her into a selfish monster by making her your pet. How she wanted to do anything at all, including die, then go back to you, and how she is just a terrible, horrible person. And you can go on a tirade for a while with her. I took every option to do this, and extend this tirade as long as possible. She learns nothing, as expected of a character like this. She is totally sociopathic, and is just mad that her asset is
Standard
gone.
girl boss, in other words.
Yeah, and is just mad that her toy is broken and she doesn't have a pocket WMD. Reed is beside himself with all this, and he doesn't know what to say. So he's just kind of sits in the sand after the government leaves and the chopper takes her away, and just stares off into nothing. And you talk to Reed for a bit, and he's starting to get past the initial shock of it, and he tells you he'll contact you in a few days. And he calls you a few days later, and you meet him at the basketball court where he initially put the gun to your back, but this time you're sitting beside him, and you have a heart-to-heart with him about how you don't know what, you can play the conversation a lot of ways, but I played it with, I don't know if what I did was the right thing either, my guy, but at the end of the day, she was dangerous, and if the government took her, is that even really living? Like, we could not let the government have her. It would not be good for her, for you, or for the world at large. This was not okay. And he's like, I know you're right. I'm starting to realize that now, but it's going to take time. You can agree with him and be like, yep. And Johnny, freaking Keanu Reeves, actually is amicable in this ending. He understands it. He's like, yeah, I get it. That was a tough choice, my guy. Even if you've been nothing but a cock back to him the whole time. Like, surprisingly, normally he responds pretty harshly to whatever you do. Not here. Even he knows how this was kind of a messed up situation with no good answer, and he just feels bad for you. And
Yeah, that's a bit of a change of pace.
yep. So the quest
Is there any reason why he's like not being a jerk this time?
no, because he's was a soldier before and knows what happens with the death of people close to you, and having to make tough choices that result in people dying. Before he became a rock star, he was a soldier that fought in the South American wars.
So it actually hits fairly close to home for him.
Yeah, so he knows what it's like to lose people close to him. It's a reason he went a bit insane and became a terrorist. Except he blamed Arasaka instead of the U.S. government, but he doesn't like the U.S. government either, so probably was secretly happy with me just sitting there railing the president with words as hard as possible. I have to be careful because the president's female in this game. Euphemisms are too easy. But, yeah. So that ending felt appropriate. It felt like a good ending for this DLC. It actually had closure. Reed's going to move on with his life if you talk to him at the park. The government is stopped from getting its weapon of mass destruction and is defanged. It can't be a threat with Songbird. Songbird is dead. Alex is dead. Dogtown is now in turmoil, and you can actually help change its leadership in the side quest, which is fine. But yeah, it felt like a complete story. Strangely, that route doesn't feel as cyberpunky. Probably why I liked it, because it has closure to it. You've solved the problem. While distraught, Reed will get over it and he will move on with his life and eventually find a way to continue. And you, the player, accomplish your goal of, stopping the immediate problem. You still have the Keanu Reeves problem, but there's an entire main story to solve that problem. So yeah, the Phantom Liberty DLC was actually really good on the route I took. The Songbird route makes no flipping sense whatsoever, and you would have to play your V with a negative intelligence stat to have her go along with anything this clearly lying girl, admittedly lying girl a few times, is telling you. But I
Well,
guess
judging by the fact that the majority of the residents of Night City appear to be unthinking gooners, maybe it's in character.
I guess so.
I guess.
I mean, if there are plenty of characters you meet that have just fallen for a pretty face, and it bites them in the butt. But I left out quite a bit of the story going through that. It's worth playing the Phantom Liberty DLC if you're into the game at all. It's not worth starting the game over, but if you're already playing it, it's definitely worth checking out. So everything about it was better than the main story. They clearly had time to actually sit down and focus on the writing and the characters and put together something interesting instead of the slap job we got with the base game release, where they kind of just had to go with what they had, and because they had a few bigger problems than making sure the story was perfectly ironed out and as good as the stuff in The Witcher. As in, their game didn't work.
Yeah, games kind of go to work, man.
So yeah, but they didn't start developing this thing until 2020, I don't think, or maybe it came out in 20. Yeah, I don't think they started until 2020 after several patches have been released to make the base game playable. But yeah, Phantom Liberty definitely worth it as DLC. I had been lukewarm to negative on a lot of aspects of the main story before, but the Phantom Liberty DLC made up for a lot of it. It was worth the playtime just to get to go through that. At least the route I took, the Songbird route, makes no effing sense. So that is the Cyberpunk 2077 story so far, or DLC story. Even though I've spoiled a good bit of it, there's just the gameplay itself is a lot better. There's still plenty there for you to go through and discover on your own. And I've already waffled on this long enough. But I wanted to go over that before I forget, because I'm likely going to finish Cyberpunk probably next week, because I think the following acts are shorter. Much shorter. And there's no more side content to do. None at all. So I just have to finish blowing through the main story, which hopefully, if I don't get eaten by work too bad, I can do that in addition to the WuWa collab, but we will see. And yeah, that'll be the end of my Cyberpunk journey next week. So, middle of session questions about the Cyberpunk universe and the stuff going into it, especially with the WuWa collab coming up. Y'all got any?
No, I think you've answered just about everything already for me. Also,
well, I'm sort of more. I'll be more interested when you are at the far end of everything,
okay,
whether or not it will be worth starting.
Yeah,
because the difficulty for me is much like Fern, actually getting all the way to the end and not just getting distracted by some other silly bullshit for me.
yeah.
So it has to have momentum throughout.
Yeah. There's we'll get there. I'll have to analyze it in time. We're on week 4. I won't get all of my free time this week because WuWa's getting its pack. But it's taken 3.5 solid weeks of all my free time to get this far in it. And we'll be approaching week 4 and going into week 4 with a good chunk of the free time in week 4 to finish it. There's a lot of video game there. So yeah, we'll go through it, and once I get to the end, I won't do a full story breakdown for the main story like I did for Phantom Liberty. Phantom Liberty I felt was worth it because of the way the branches happen. I don't think I'll be doing the same for the main game, in the main game story. Yeah, that's all we got with it. All right. So Fern, if you have not played Cyberpunk in a while, maybe if you play, well, does he have to get? He has to get the La Harroy to do the Cyberpunk collab, doesn't he?
No, there's a skip. It's just not going to make any sense. That's all.
Oh, okay.
They're implementing a special skip to get right to where the story takes place, but the story does take place in a context. So, but
Right.
the story's not going anywhere. It's going to stay as part of the game, and you don't need to get to Lahairoi in order to get the free character. You just need to log in, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
So it can be
Yeah.
put off for later. The impression that I get is that the story does sort of depend to a certain extent on the locale, like because the whole thing is basically the cyberpunk world is sort of rubbing up against the WuWa world via the Somnoir, because the Somnoir is sort of like a liminal space that is generated by minds and dreams, and the idea is that there's sort of like there's a breach essentially because of how close the sort of the cyberpunk world deals in that type of thing, although they probably won't look at it directly because that creates too many questions, and this is a crossover. You don't want to ask too many questions. But because of that, it is relevant, and you've got basically tacit discords have emerged based on memories and thoughts about various entities in the cyberpunk world, namely Corpo Soldiers and Atom Smasher, etc. And they're basically doing what they would do and attempting to break into Star Torch Academy because, well, there's stuff to loot, you know.
Or just Corpo things. .jpg.
Yeah, but that's sort of like a crude speculative précis of what's going to happen based on almost no information that has been given out because they wanted it to be a surprise. So that could all be wrong, but this footage that we've been shown does involve like open conflict between Star Torch Academy and the Corpos.
I'm down for putting more hurt on Arasaka. Them guys are assholes. So yeah.
Like, do they just have like all of the market share in every industry or something?
They're a megacore with their fingers in a lot of different pies.
Because it seems like it doesn't just seem like they're a megacorp. It seems like they're the only megacorp worth talking about.
Yeah, they're a megacore that is functionally the entire economy of Japan. Like they got so big and controlled so much stuff that they are Japan basically. They just, I forget what the actual lore of how they built it up was, but yeah, and they're in everything. Like I don't know what they on paper specialize in and what their main products are because there's an Arasaka everything.
Spaceballs, the breakfast cereal. Spaceballs, the coloring book. Spaceballs, the lunchbox. Spaceballs, the flamethrower.
Yeah,
There you go.
there's Arasaka weapons, Arasaka food, Arasaka buildings, Arasaka cyberdecks. Like, there's Arasaka cars.
I bet they bought all the RAM too.
Probably, maybe that's why RAM's so hard to get in 2077.
We're already having that problem.
Hey, I can get up to 30 RAM with the Arasaka cyberdeck. So
we
we're
should
way
probably actually wrap up because we're way over time, and we didn't even get to the Jeff Keighley show.
Yeah. Well, I need to watch it honestly, and I didn't
Yeah,
watch it.
I haven't watched. I haven't even watched the media that they previewed there. There was some WuWa stuff there. There was also some WuWa stuff that was given. There was also ZZZ stuff, I think. There was also some WuWa stuff that was given specifically to IGN to debut, and they botched it.
Well, I mean, they're IGN. What do you expect?
They dropped it like way early, so basically they did a leak. They did a leak, and the rumor is that Kuro was extraordinarily unhappy that they gave IGN one chance and they screwed it up. And IGN were incredibly unhappy that the person they put in charge of this managed to balls it up in such a spectacular fashion.
Yeah.
That's
Some
funny.
stuff I've already seen come out of the Jeff Keighley show, like there's the Monster Hunter Wilds expansion.
Yeah.
which Capcom is dribbling stuff out about over the next few days.
I watched the trailer. I posted it in the show host board, and it was like, this just doesn't sell it to me. I'm sorry, this isn't enough. It just really isn't.
I-
You need to wow me. I need something that blows my socks off to make me want to play that mess again.
I'll play for the wedge formation Honkbirds, but you got to give me a bit more than that.
the thing when I saw the trailer was, why would you show me Kushala? Of all the monsters you
Yeah,
can
like,
use,
the weakest example of an Elder Dragon that they have ever included in the game, and they bring it back game after game after game after game. Why? Why that one? Is it just because the model is really easy?
I
Bleak,
guess.
it's just like generic dragon.
I mean, if you have a
Yeah, like,
dragon
it has
skeleton,
no special animations of any kind. Is that why?
like, if there's one Elder Dragon I just never ever want to fight, and it's always Kusha.
Well, because Kusha doesn't fight. Kusha floats in the air and laughs at you while you attempt to fight.
Yeah, like
Blast you out of the arena.
even with poison, you're just hoping he comes down. Please come down, Kusha. No, okay.
No, he's not going to.
I don't know who they were teasing. Is that like Lao Shin Lung or someone?
Yeah, that's Lush and Lung.
The most
Who-
boring large-scale boss fight that Monster Hunter series has ever seen?
Yes, you kind of fight him in a canyon.
No, you don't fight him. You follow him.
Okay, yes, you follow him in a canyon. That's about it. So, yeah, everyone's kind of getting a bit excited and saying, hey, can we actually fight this thing properly this time?
Yeah.
Surely they're not dumb enough to do what they did the last time and just make you follow him down a canyon while people shout about Dragonators.
As my
Functionally,
Dragonator.
that was functionally as the ancestor of Where's My Dragonator.
Yeah.
Where's my Dragonator? World was so good.
I mean, people like Lao Shin Lung because it's sort of like the classic giant dragon, but they don't like anything about how Lao Shin Lung was handled. I think they should have just gone with that big snake.
Maybe we'll get Big Snack.
Yeah.
Maybe we get Big Snack.
So we'll go over the Jeff Keighley show, and next time Fern's here, because Fern, I'm sure, will want to give a lot of commentary on Monster Hunter in the trailer. more than
Honestly,
we
the trailer is pretty light on detail. It's like we're going to Sky Islands this time.
Yep.
Yeah, if you want just like well informed but wild speculation, you just watch a video by that loud British guy. What's his name? Rage Gaming.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
those guys.
The guy knows Monster Hunter inside out, so when he speculates, they're usually reasonable, and he will speculate wildly. But he's also on Capcom's shortlist for content creators to be given previews. So if there's any like licensed knowledge that's in the wild, he will be one of the people who has it. So his speculation is either going to be speculation because he says it's speculation, or it's going to be actual information he's got.
Yeah, at least his
you have to be able-
speculations tend to be interesting.
You have to be able to put up with him yelling at you, though, because he yells all the time. And then he will go and make a cup of tea and feed his lizard, and then he will come back and yell some more. Because he's British.
It is how he do.
How does the lizard factor into that?
I don't know. He
He's
has
just
a pet lizard.
he's got a pet lizard. The lizard is there. Do not diss the lizard.
So yeah.
Anyway, we need to get out of here.
Yep. Next week, WuWa and Cyberpunk. Probably the wrap up for Cyberpunk from me. Maybe the Jeff Keighley show. Hopefully Fern doesn't have to run away next week and can be here for it. We will see you then.
I don't know yet.
Yep. So, should be fun next week. Sayonara.